All right. Party people. My goodness. My goodness. 6 difficulty hatchets out of 6. So, what's the situation? What is the situation? We're still on what I hope will be the last leg of As the Dead Sleep. It's taken 16 and a quarter days to get where we got so far. And where we got so far is, I believe, 3 out of 5 grave sites. So there should be 2 left, I believe. 1 up in Timberwolf Mountain, and 1 down back in Desolation Point. So we have some options. We're in the process of heading over to Pleasant Valley. So let's load in and take a peek at what the situation is. So first off, get a time check just after dusk, or I guess it's just dusk-ish. Decent temperature, decent-ish rest for now, but I think we're going to spend the night in the cave here. Okay thirst, but we have, I believe, plenty of water. Food is fine. Hunger meter is fine right now. Tons of food. But my god, have we been getting carried by these cattail stalks? We've been getting carried so hard. At one point, I think we had 60 or 70 of these things. Okay, but for now, we've got some decent venison, plenty of water, and I think... So let's bring up the map. Right now, this is the shortcut between the electric dam and Pleasant Valley. We just entered the cave here. World map. All right, recap. We started in Bleak Inlet, died a few times because there's tons of wolves. From Bleak Inlet, we headed straight over to Mystery Lake, spent a little bit of time in the busted up house in the south, and then no, the other way around. Bleak Inlet goes to Forlorn Muskeg. Then we squirted immediately over to the Broken Railroad. And the Broken Railroad had our first gravesite.
Starting to weigh me down.
This time, this is number 2 of viable runs. The first one, we ended up sleeping in Mountain Town and dying to a random blizzard. But this time, we didn't go anywhere other than the maintenance shed. We got the grave and we just left immediately. On the way back through the Forlorn Muskeg up to Mountain Town, picked up a whole bunch of marshmallows, which was fantastic because we definitely would have starved without them. Went into the cave, headed north, got lost in the basin down here overnight. Almost, weren't able to find a place to sleep and died. Eventually, we find the mountain town. Where is the mountain town? These things really should be alphabetical. Here. In this basin, eventually, we got lost over here for a while, but eventually just followed the right side of the cliff and ended up at a crashed pickup truck that we slept in overnight. Then we went up into Mountain Town, looted the bejesus out of everything in the Mountain Town, dodged some wolves over by the farm, squirted up to Hushed River Valley. Really quick, we snatched up the grave that was up there. Then we headed south, back to Mountain Town. Then from Mountain Town, he says, we went across through to the cave that leads to Mystery Lake. Spent a little bit of time in Trappers, spent a little bit of time in the cabin, but we didn't have a lot of time to spend in Mystery Lake because we were running out of food. The only thing that got us by was all the marshmallows that we picked along the way. Did a small bit of searching around for matches in the hydroelectric dam. Didn't find any matches in the entire hydroelectric dam. Squirted over to the ravine and very quickly and probably a little bit dangerously picked up the gravesite that was under this ravine area. Because for the longest time we have been we had been hauling around a mountaineering rope that we needed to deploy at this location here. It turns out that was a waste this entire time because in the turned over train cars, there was another mountaineering rope. I'd never seen one there, but it was right there. At any rate, we squirted down, picked up some more marshmallows, fantastic, and eventually slept in a cave. Slept probably for not as long as we should have. Had a desperate time climbing back up this very long rope, but lived somehow, and then slept in this cave again. Then we headed back to the hydroelectric dam, and the rest is history. So, if the weather outside wasn't so... And where's the exit? Here. If the weather outside wasn't so abysmal right now...
carry this load for much longer.
I would actually consider reading, and we might still, one of these skill books that we have. Here. We have a field dressing skill book, and we have a cooking skill book. Cooking one, decent-ish. Field dressing one, I think 10 hours though, that's rough. We can try to sneak 1 hour in at a time. It might be a little bit sketchy with all this wind and all this cold, but I think we could cancel it if things really get bad before we lose any health. Because as you can see, we have something like 1/3 of our health left, which is not great. We have 1/3 of our health. We have no proper weapons. The best we have, I suppose, is a pry bar. But tools-wise, we have a pry bar, a heavy hammer, and a hacksaw. Not a great combo. Definitely not a great combo. Okay, let's try and read this for an hour. Oh yeah, that's not too bad. In fact, maybe we try to sneak in 1 more hour. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Now we can head back inside, warm up a little bit, and then continue, because we're not quite to the point. It's going to be cold. It's going to be cold, and we're heading to Pleasant Valley. I don't know why it went straight to the Pleasant Valley map. But we're going to be popping out of a cave down here. I think we're going to walk straight up to the radio shack. Usually, there's a pretty good coat or something, or I guess that's in easier modes. But the Radio Shack might have good clothing. Our clothing is not so great. The only real claim to fame that we've had so far is, one, we got an early ski jacket. Otherwise, this seat has been hot garbage. But we did get an early ski jacket. Eventually found this Mackinac jacket. It's better than the ski jacket. We swapped it out. Second good thing that we found, the festive sweater. Always glad about finding a festive sweater. And the third thing, which isn't really good, but our next claim to fame, is we were able to make some deerskin pants because we found a hacksaw, and that hacksaw enabled us to make some beautiful, glorious, amazing, super fabulous deer hides. But this is probably the best thing we can craft for now, until we find at least a hunting knife or a hatchet. We've got the stuff cured that would let us make a couple of arrows minus the arrowheads, and also a... Why don't I have any cured gut? I should have cured gut. But at any rate, we'll figure that out later. But we could make possibly a bow somehow, eventually. But we don't have any arrows or arrowheads. In fact, I'm wondering, sometimes there are arrows behind the barn that's in Pleasant Valley. I should have thought of that, and I should have saved a couple of the gut. Maybe I just didn't pick it up. Are we sure that I didn't pick up the gut? Cured gut, where would I be? Yeah, I must have either used it or something, because we don't have any. In fact, I'm wondering, there are deer outside the cave here. Is it too cold to go out and get some gut? I think that's a good idea. I think we get 2 gut. I think we get 2 gut from one of these deer. It should take us an hour to... It should take us an hour to harvest the hacksaw. That might be pushing it, staying outside for that long. That definitely might be pushing it. Decisions. Alternatively, I'm pretty sure there's a deer on the way to the Radio Shack. Maybe we pick it up there. I think we pick it up there. Probably. Decisions. Let's sleep just for a little bit to warm up. And let's go back, because if we're spending the night, might as well get a jump start on curing things. I'd also like to, if at all possible, it might not be possible, but I would like to avoid spending a lot of time outside.
This gear's starting to slow me
Whoa.
down.
That is dark. Okay, it's dark, but it's not too cold. This might be possible. Wow, it's dark. Okay, where is... Here it is. I can barely see what's going on here. But I do know it's hard to get lost. It should be hard to get lost on the way. I hope. I don't know if it's glare or what, but it is... This is rough. In fact, it's so rough, let me draw some curtains. Okay, back to game. Yes, this is slightly better. A little bit less glare. The reason I think it's a good idea to go back this direction for the deer gut is, one, I know there's a wolf over here, but that is a weird noise, but it's too far away to bother us if it's the gut that I'm thinking of. And the deer that's up north in Pleasant Valley might possibly have a wolf nearby. I'm also coming to realize I probably should have dropped a bunch of the water before leaving, because we are walking slow. Should be fine. You know what? We were going to eventually make a fire anyway. We can make a fire next to the deer as we harvest it. And while we're harvesting, we can cook this venison. Because we do have... Come on, get up here, Mackenzie. There we go. Because we do have a little bit of matches. The match situation is not as dire as it was before. We have 20 instead of 8. Which should at least get us to Timberwolf. Is what? Maybe one match here, one match at Radio Shack. And this is assuming I get the fire started the first time. Possibly one match at the farmhouse. And then maybe one match waiting under the rope to Radio... Not Radio Shack. Under the rope to Timberwolf. May be necessary in case there's no prepper cache there. I'm hoping there is a prepper cache though, because that would be a very nice get on the way there. Okay, now we want to be careful here. Go too far north, we'll get that wolf. But somewhere on the left there should be a cutback to where that deer is. Somewhere here. We can lighten our load a little bit more. Eating and drinking. My favorite thing to do. And we also have a decadent 3 flares in case we do get wolfed. Which is a lot more flares than usual. Oh, and I suppose we're not looking at the menu anymore. Let me do this. Let me go back on the ground. I forgot about that. Is it here? Not yet. No, not yet. The turn to the left that I'm looking for is kind of small. It's easy to miss anyway. So I just want to be very careful. Wow, that was a noise. That was one of the noises of all time. I'm getting kind of worried that I've missed it already, but I think it's up here. Probably. Yeah. Yeah, I think this rock marks it. Did you miss much? No, I don't think so. Basically just started. So if you remember, last time we ended at the cave, and you can't tell where we are because it's so damn dark. Last time we ended at the cave that goes to Pleasant Valley. I actually decided to turn around because I realized that I don't have the 2 gut that we're going to need to make a survival bow. And there's probably at least a halfway decent chance that we can get some arrows, some arrowheads up in Pleasant Valley. And so we're back at the deer that's over here in this shortcut area. So let's start a fire because it is chilly. 95% chance to start a fire. You love to see it. Okay, so hopefully this starts. We'll throw a few more shrimps on the Barbie. We'll start cooking the deer that we've harvested here. And that way I can feel a little bit less bad about burning this firewood. You know what? That probably didn't need a whole fir firewood. But I suppose it helps warm things up. Let's see how... How much temperature does a fir firewood give us? It's certainly not going to be as much as a coal. I guess this is enough. 10. That is... because I just learned we can see the ambient. Feels like 1 Celsius. It's probably going to get colder. Let's see if we can do some sticks. Because I would like to warm up a little bit more than this. Even if we don't actually need all of the time. Okay. 15C should probably be fine, right? Yeah, feels like 6 Celsius. And there's basically no wind. So, let's throw these shrimps on. Cook you, and cook you. And while these are cooking, we harvest. Yeah. 1 gut, 1 at a time, because you never know when the wind will change, when the temperature will change on you. Okay, so that's 1 gut, and these still have only 12 minutes. Let's speed up time, just to put this next guy on. Actually, we'll probably have to speed up for the next one too. 57 minutes. I should have paid more attention to put that one on first. I think that was a slight mistake on my part, but it should be fine. All right, let's go. Let's go. As long as a blizzard doesn't blow up, I think we're fine. With this much temperature? Yeah. Okay, let's speed this up and just leave. We still have less than any use for any of the charcoal in that fire, so let's just go. Okay, I think the wolf is still all the way over there. I see a tiny black dot on the ice, so we should be fine. Alright, so it's a little cold, but it's not 3 temperature arrows down. We should be fine getting back to... I'm an idiot. I'm not used to this game mode. I forgot to bring a torch from that fire. We could have pulled torches. I think it still should be okay. It might be close, but it should be okay, I think. Man. I'm such a novice. I'm such a novice, it's no wonder I only have half of my health left. And at this rate, I would like to sleep at least until... God, these... I feel like they changed the night noises in Interloper to make things more scary. Because I am hearing some things that are absolutely terrifying. That I do not enjoy. Okay, let's keep it going. Yeah, I'm gonna be so mad if we end up taking a little bit of chip damage from this temperature. Because I didn't grab a torch. I'm definitely just not used to it. I don't think of it when I should. So instead, let's just hug these windbreaks as much as we can. Yeah, this should be fine. This should be okay. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to sleep in the cave up here. At least until noon, I think, if we can. Because that should give us basically some warmth as we travel in Pleasant Valley. Hopefully some good weather too. The first order of business in Pleasant Valley is check the hunting blind that's right by the cave exit. The second order of business is check the radio shack for better clothing. I would do terrible, terrible things for a better pair of pants right now. Because if you remember, the only thing we found as far as pants are concerned are just jeans. We have jeans and jeans and jeans. Bobby, welcome. Bobby Snoobutt 1987. Like I said before, anytime I see a 4-digit number that starts in 1000 in someone's username, I assume that's when they were born. I'm not entirely sure what I thought of that. But we're still doing As the Dead Sleep. We're still doing the same run as last time. We haven't died yet. But we do have less health than before. It looks like, just gauging it by the meter, it looks like we're down to about 1/3 of our health. Which is, you know, not the best place to be in. But it feels like we're stabilizing too. It feels like we're stabilizing. Because we have a bedroll.
Find some place to escape this cold.
We have halfway decent clothing, and I'm going to be real mad if this temperature bar temperature bar / temperature gauge goes down to 0 before we get to the cave entrance right here. Because I do not want to take any chip damage. But basically, we're getting decent-ish health. We finally found a Mackinaw jacket. We finally were able to craft some pants, even though
walk with this much
one of our
gear.
pairs of pants is still trash jeans. Still haven't found more underwear. And we did find a festive sweater. Very nice. At first, I really thought that the festive sweater was just a meme compared to the fisherman sweater and the Cowichan sweater, or the however you pronounce it. But the wind resistance is nothing to shake a stick at. It's nothing to scoff at. And I guess we also have two hat toques. Okay, so we have one cloth. Before we sleep, let's break down some of this clothes so we have some extra cloth in case we need it. We might actually even be able to sleep until the late afternoon. Lazy Sunday, wake up in the late afternoon. Call Parnell just to see how he's doing. Classic. Okay, this should be 5 cloth total. Anything else we can drop? We're wearing everything else. Okay, that's good. So, we eat, we drink, and we intermittently nap. Perhaps not in that order. Man. So 2 things have been game changers. I'd say the first thing that was a game changer, getting so many marshmallow stalks. The second thing that was a game changer, finding the hacksaw, because that unlocked, one, getting, you know what? I forgot to drop the gut as curables. Rookie mistake. Absolute rookie mistake. But the hacksaw unlocked, one, harvesting meat from deer, which has also been very good for us. And it unlocked harvesting saplings. Hopefully you'll find a knife in Pleasant Valley. Chelsea, why would you ever say such a thing? You know the game is always listening. If we find a knife in Pleasant Valley, it's probably going to be over in the town that we're only going to hit on the way back. How are we on food? We could probably eat some. My original plan was to go directly through Timberwolf Mountain as fast as possible and as quickly as possible and as directly as possible. I'm wondering if it will be worth the trouble. One, I hear it's windy, so let's see if we can sleep for a little bit longer. I'm wondering if it will be worth the trouble to look for a couple of aircraft containers. I feel like the answer is yes. If we could find a food aircraft container, that actually might be clutch. Where's my other guy? There it is. Okay. Actually, this is kind of nice. I say it's nice because our lantern is... Ooh. We see something on the ground here. Surely that means it's a coal, right? Where is it? Give me the coal. We're kind of low on lantern fuel. Where's the coal? It was a cairn garbage. And we do still have 2 more caves to go through. There's the cave on the way back through Pleasant Valley that goes to Coastal Highway. And there's also the cave that is... cairn. I don't need cairns. There's also the cave that is between... basically on the way to Desolation Point. And I would like to be able to see there, and I'm not entirely confident that we'll find another... Well, we'll probably find another lantern, right? Probably. Because coal has been so clutch, I think let's keep an eye out here. Walk forward for a little bit. And then light it again. Okay. Nothing here. Sylvia, hello. Let's go down the script. One thing at a time. Is this... Ah. I don't remember which is the correct direction. I think it might be that way, so let's go this way first. Just to see if there's anything nice. Ah, it looks like there is a coal. So now that we found some coal, the streaming is going a little bit better, but we're still not quite out of the woods yet. Okay, dead end, backpack. Certainly there's no lantern oil or anything useful in the backpack.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Mackenzie, quit your belly aching. Quit your belly aching, Mackenzie. I wonder how much of a point it is to desperately try to conserve some of this lantern oil. Well, I think we bank on finding some more. Either that or being able to remember to do a torch. Should be fine. Professional graphic designer. You know, that's actually the first thing I would have guessed. Not particularly. I don't really have any use for a graphic designer right now, or even in the near or medium future. Okay, you know what? That is probably the fastest I've ever gone down this script with someone. So at the very least, congratulations on being quick about it. There's a... Oh, hello. If we can do this in the dark, we're doing it in the dark. It probably won't let us. Deer carcass. Can we get... And that's 1.6 kilos? It lets us do this in the dark. I ain't mad at it. Not mad at it one bit. Actually a little bit mad at it. Because we could have gotten the gut here too. The question is, do we take the time to get the gut? I think so, just in case. Just in case. Because there is that fishing hole outside at Timberwolf, if we desperately need to fish there. Okay. Let's take a little bit more of a look down this dead end. And we just have more coal. I'm not mad at it. But the lantern is a little bit desperate right now. Okay, we're very over-encumbered. But it should be the warmest possible part of the day. So I'm hoping that we get lucky with good weather outside. If we do, then we might be able to struggle over to the Radio Shack and figure out what we want to drop there. I'm doing my best to keep track of the edge of this little ledge up here And once we get over to where that broken plank is when we cross. Actually, you know what? Better safe than sorry. It's not like we have much lantern oil left anyway. Better to not fall. It sounds very windy though, which isn't great. Definitely isn't my favorite weather. Okay, but it should be just a bunch of walking, maybe straight, maybe a couple of turns to get out of this cave. I remember the upper part being a bit longer than I expect it to be every time. Every little bit of weight helps. Every little bit. When you have to be this stingy about lantern oil, you know you're in a desperate situation. But at least I know there are no holes around here. So desperate. Probably have less than 1/10 of a liter left in this thing. Okay, there's the exit. So put that away. We do have 2 scent marks, which isn't great if there are any wolves on the way to Radio Shack, but I've gotten lucky before. Also, this weather it's sunny. Here's what we do. It's sunny, but it's windy. We are going to use the magnifying glass to start a fire in a windbreak over here, if we can find one. And that is going to help us. Well, it's windy, so any torches we take will immediately be blown out. That's a little bit unfortunate. But, yeah, too windy to start a fire. This little nook over here should be good for a windbreak. We can cook some of that food. That should help bring our little smelly down. And who knows, maybe the wind will die down too. But it's not so cold. It's definitely not so cold. Okay. Magnifying lens. We can save the book. Save the book, burn a stick. And don't forget to hydrate. Oof. I don't know, does that wind sound like it's getting stronger to anyone? I don't like the whistling noises. They say whistle out. Ooh, that is actually kind of a lot of wind blowing in. It sounds like a blizzard.
Turned out pretty well.
Yeah, don't forget. Add some more sticks. Yeah, that is windy AF. Windy AF. And let's pop 1 coal on to warm up and cook these things. We can hope against hope that the weather gets a little bit better. Cook and cook. Not the greatest. Well, I suppose it could be worse. We could be in a worse situation. But not by much. We have 1 torch and it's not even that great. This is a good torch. We'll keep it for now. Okay, so here's the question. It's windy. Yeah, I think here's what we do. We warm up a bunch of these rosehip teas. And we will put them inside our thermos. And if we need to drink something warm on the way to the Radio Shack, they'll be available for us. Yeah, this is a good plan. I like this plan. I definitely like this plan. I also like this tiny little nook we found. Despite the driving snow, the wind driving the snow, it's quite cozy. All right, what else do we have that is making us smelly? I guess we have the meat and the 2 guts, huh? 4 guts. Cured sapling. Cured. You know, if I was more careful about harvesting the deer hides as well, we might even be able to make some boots over in the farmhouse, but I don't think that's in the cards. And they're only marginally better. Well, I guess they're moderately better than what we've got. 23 minutes. Okay, and these are burning. Ah. Okay, and these are just, yes. If you move them, as I was informed, they just remain hot. Yeah, we need more pants. I would do terrible, terrible things for snow pants right about now. Hell, even work pants or combat pants, I would do terrible things for. Okay. Let's keep the coffee. Yeah, anything that ain't jeans. Literally anything that's not jeans I could go for. Okay, you're hot. You're hot. Very hot. Rosehip tea, so hot right now. Okay, and it sounds like the wind is still windy, but not quite so blustery. Let's see if we walk outside, can we make a fire? No, it's still too windy to have a torch. And also the wind it's changing direction, it's trying to snipe our fire. Let's see if the wind snipes our fire. 7 minutes, even if it snipes the fire, we should be fine to cook this. But why am I not surprised that the wind changes just exactly the perfect direction that gets the fire? Oh, you know what? Yeah, it's still... It's not too windy for a torch. It's not too windy for a torch. Let's take the hips. Let's toss the hips inside our flask. And then, don't forget the cooking pots this time. And grab some torches. Things are actually looking up right now. I don't want to say that prematurely because there may be wolves on the way. But things are possibly looking up. First order business, let's check and see if we have anything good at this hunting blind up here. Now hunting blinds, the first time we made it far, and the first time we died in the first time we died in Mountain Town, we did take a detour in the broken railroad to a hunting blind, and I did find a fire striker there. So perhaps there's a fire striker in this hunting blind too. Alternatively, there should be a couple of bodies in the trees over here. Yeah, see, look at all those crows over there. The body over here in this hunting blind is usually not there, so that might have something too. Who knows? Maybe Buddy brought an entire ass rifle to this hunting blind and then had a heart attack because the disaster happened and his pacemaker broke. We could get that maple sapling, but we don't need it. Oh, you know what? Why did you have to say that? I thought that there were only wolves I needed to worry about up here. Okay, show me something. Hello, I'll take the flare. Actually... more matches. Alright. We'll never die. We will never die. There's not going to be a bear. There's not going to be wolves. Yeah, I can't believe you said that. I can't believe you typed those words. On the plus side, I'm actually more confident in avoiding a bear than I am in avoiding wolves, especially because we have 2 scent marks. So if there's a bear here, I'm actually not mad at it. Okay, there are wolves. Well. How much meat are we missing here? Only a half kilogram. I'm not mad at missing that half kilogram. Okay, so I guess we're trying to go around the long way. He's already on us. Come on, light. Okay, so is Buddy gonna chase us, or can we keep him away from us? I don't like this. I don't like this. Okay. Okay, okay. I like whimpers. I like whines. Those are some of my favorite wolf noises. Those are some of my favorite wolf noises. This wind sounds a little dangerous still. If it winds too much, we are immediately popping a flare. Okay. Let's just keep walking. Let's keep it moving. Okay, there's our road. So we just get on the road and we follow it all the way until Radio Shack. Yeah, get out of here, bud. Go eat that deer over there. What did he do? Where's he going? What does he get interested in? Look, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining, but it does make me worried that there's like a bear or something coming up behind us. So let's keep that in mind. Yeah, he's just chilling over there. Not mad at it. Not mad at it one bit. But who knows, maybe he's just trying to get us complacent. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Okay, so at this rate, it looks like we might actually make it to the Radio Shack. Yeah, he's still not chasing, right? I don't see him anymore. Okay, well, at any rate, let's focus ahead now, because bear possibilities. When I came up this way during the campaign, during the episodes, I got zoned out by the bear and had a real tough time getting into the Radio Shack. Yeah, I think Wolf Buddy has lost interest. Okay, so we got more matches and a flare. This is actually... that was a good detour. It wasn't even really a detour, so that was a good catch. Okay, we're fine on Old Man Beard. We don't need anything from over there. That looks too dark to be a birch sapling, and we already have two birch saplings already. Surely we'll never use more than 6 arrows. We'll probably... or 6 arrow shafts. We probably won't even find that many arrowheads. Because something's telling me that the archery target that's behind the barn over in the flat valley probably doesn't have any arrows on it. That would be just my luck. But, come to think of it, there's not a bad chance that there's a hatchet there. So we're definitely going to be heading over in that direction. And if we can swing it so that we bring the gut with us the whole way, that would also be good. Because it's easier to get back to the barn than it is the farmhouse. Although, there's probably wolves in the way, which is the trouble. Okay, let's go. Come on, show me something good. Show me something good on the bunk beds in here. And yes, I will take these hips. Thank you for asking. Forsooth, they speak true. Alright, how much wood do we have? We have a single lonely piece of cedar or fir wood there.
For shelter.
Yeah, I've never seen that rope redeployed over there. So maybe it just never is. The more you know. And so many times I've been up this way. Okay, so here's the question. And this is the time to answer it. Do we bother lighting a fire here? I think the answer is no, because we have nothing to cook. Yeah, we have nothing to cook. And we're not going to keep the fire on all night. Okay, show me something nice. Mackenzie, it is a lot of gear. No! My parka. My boots. Okay, well, we can take our time searching. How many torches do we have? 2 more torches. Well, I guess it's just this one and another. So we'll let this one burn out. And we'll continue searching. Shelf, container. Shelf. I suppose, actually, we can do some searching in the morning when it's brighter, because I can't see much of anything here. Okay, which means we can perhaps continue reading some of these books. And perhaps do some repairs. How is all this equipment? Yeah, all the clothes are still pretty good. I've got half a mind to repair the festive sweater, though. Because we're losing a decent chunk of wind resistance here. Yeah, I think that was worth it. And nothing else really pops to mind. So let us read until it won't let us in here, which is exactly right now. And let's go outside and see if it's warm enough that we can read for an hour or 2.
Oh, okay. This gear is slowing me down.
It's probably too cold to read. Let's see if we can get in a windbreak. Let's get in a windbreak and see if we can be a little bit warmer than this. Which side is blocked by the wind? Or is blocking the wind? This side. Okay, that's not bad. We can probably read for an hour out here. Where's our book? This book. Oof. Just the one, though. Definitely just the one. Okay, show me the inside. Here. Here, here. Okay, it's not quite midnight. And we don't quite have half of our fatigue bar gone, so we can't sleep until morning. What else could we do that is productive? Ah, we can prepare acorns. And we can prepare hips. Let's start with some hips. And then, yeah, we can do these acorns. This is a good idea. 1 hour to prepare 6 acorns.
This gear is starting to slow me down.
Just starting, Mackenzie? And with those acorns... Oh, I suppose you need to cook them first. We can cook the acorns later, but because we've been lugging around this heavy hammer the whole time, we can actually do something with the grounds, or make grounds. You know, I was so sure that we'd have to drop a whole bunch of water here, but it looks like that won't be the case. Okay, here we are. This is one of the reasons why I like these Radio Shack interiors. You can kind of sort of see what's going on. He says as he's lost... Isn't there a bed over here? No, we're in the control room. We passed... Where are we? Yeah, so this is the control room. We back up, we go to the right, and possibly through the door? Yeah, now the bed should be here. Okay. Tiny sleeps. Tiny sleeps one at a time. I dare the game to kill me in a 3-hour nap. I dare it. I double, triple dog dare it. And we've spent so much time outside recently. We also had better not get cabin fever. I would be mad. I would be very mad if we suddenly got cabin fever again. Sleep for... We can probably sleep for 4 or 5 more hours in total. And that'll... It sounds windy. That'll bring us to something like very early morning, I think. Which is not a good time to be going outside. Especially not with all the wind I hear. But as long as it gets past dawn, which is almost, at least we'll be able to see what's going on inside this shack and we can loot it properly. Maybe there will even be some loose bullets. It's still dark. It's still quite dark. What can we do in the darkness? Ah, we can craft fishing tackle. That's nice. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Damn it. Forgot to drop the gut. That's a waste. Waste maybe 5 or... Probably not 10%, but about 5 or 8% of the curing time. That's annoying. And we can do fishing tackle. Craft. The only other place I can imagine using this fishing tackle is Crystal Lake in Timberwolf. Shelled acorns must be... Yeah, so I think it takes, I want to say, 4 prepared acorns to make a coffee. So, yeah, let's prepare that. It should make it a little bit easier to cook. All right, now what is our medical situation? 3 bandages, that's fine. 3 poultices, that's fine. Plenty of antibiotics. Oh, and we can also take the hips out of the thermos at this point. Okay. Simple tools. What are simple tools good for? I'm debating whether or not we drop them. Forge, no, that's not happening. None of these take tools. Clothes don't take tools. They either take sewing kit or hunting knife. Equipment here. I suppose simple tools are really for fixing certain things. Like fixing what? Like fixing a hacksaw, but we're never going to need to repair it. I mean, I guess we could. Just to burn some time. What was that, 45 minutes? We do have a bunch of scrap metal. You know what? Here's what we do. We repair the hacksaw once. Hopefully that'll get us a little bit more into the dawn. A little bit more light. And 2, if we do end up running around Timberwolf again, it'll let us open more containers. Okay, now we can actually see a little bit. Let's pop inside and outside, see if we can get even a little bit more light on the subject.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
We're not leaving this morning. Not with that blizzard going. Okay. So let's do a careful look around here. Torch, don't need it. Actually, but I'll pick it up just so it doesn't do any false positives for things we can look at and pick up. Okay, anything in the pail? No. Anything beyond the pail? Also no. Man, no bullets in the cabinet? Come on. I suppose we can check these. You never know when you'll find some matches. Or ketchup chips. I'm also okay with that. Because we are, I believe, after we eat this, out of deer food. Fresh out of deer food. So it's just the food we have on hand and the cattail stalks. Nothing on the desk. Anything in the desk? Who's to know? Usually the answer is nothing in the desk. Anything under the desk? Hard to tell. It's still a little bit dark over here. I blame the blizzard.
I might have to drop some gear.
Yeah, there really is nothing on the desk, huh? Anything on the control panel? Nope, beside the control panel. If there is, I can't find it. I don't think there is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's nothing here. I think we have fully examined this location. Although, why am I getting an interact dot when I look up here? Maybe I'm walking too close to the chair behind us. What is this? Metal chair, metal chair. Okay, I think this place is sewing kit. We don't really need it. We've already got a bunch. Surely we won't need more than 2 sewing kits, right? It would be scandalous to require more than 2 sewing kits at this point. Nothing here, I hope. Do a very thorough scan. Cardboard box. You know what? Why shouldn't we break it down? See if there's anything inside. Narrator. There wasn't. Oh, a flare hiding behind here.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Mackenzie, you need it. And you need it now. That was a good pick. It pays to be thorough. It definitely pays to be thorough. And if you're a poet, it also pays to be thorough. Open that. Already did the lockers. Those are all empty. Double check this shelf here. And how about under the shelf? Nothing. Top of the shelf. Nothing. Ah, herbal tea, finally.
What have we here?
We found something good. Alright, what have we got down here? Tomato soup, nice. Peach is nice. Do we have the behind the toaster peanut butter? No. No such luck. Okay, metal shelf, nothing. Workbench. Oh, wait. There's a workbench here? Wow. I didn't know this place had a workbench in it. I always thought this was a regular desk. Because it had a microwave on it. Speaking of microwave, nothing in the microwave. Okay, well there's a workbench here. Small arms handbook.
I can use this.
Mackenzie, you're never going to find a revolver. What are you going to use a small arms handbook for? Stack of papers, anything under the papers? No. Anything behind or under the workbench? I think probably no. How about anything cheeky hiding under the bed? It's kind of hard to check. But I think no, so let's check the locker. Last time I opened this locker, there was a ton of good stuff. That was not a ton of good stuff. Come on now. Jeans are not decent. This game should know better. Jeans are absolutely not decent. They are indecent. Anything on the shelf? No. Anything hiding kind of underneath the shelf? Also no. Anything on the shelf? Just a television. And there's the bed again. Okay. What can we do with this workbench? I don't think we need any of these things. I want to keep... So we have 4 scrap metal. I want to keep that just in case we're able to find 1 more cured leather. Because 1 more cured leather will let us make crampons down in the farmhouse. Oh, and you know what? Did I forget again? No. No, I definitely dropped the cured gut somewhere in here. Yeah, it's here. So the fresh gut's not ready. If we had the gut ready, I would definitely make survival bow here. Except for the part that we need a knife to do it. So we're still on the lookout on that front then. Okay, so no loss. No loss. Yeah, we want to keep the scrap metal. Okay. It's almost noon. Let's take a listen. It still sounds a little bit windy outside, but it doesn't sound blizzardy.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Okay. Well, nah, 3 temperature arrows down. What does it feel like? Feels like minus 19°C. No thank you. Not with this wind chill. We wouldn't make it all the way to the farmhouse. So let's take a nap. Because I'm pretty sure we are fully looted in here. So we'll nap. We'll listen for the wind. If there's no wind, we'll try to head out. We might have lucked out. Let's check. Did that just say metal shelf? Yeah. I think I heard some wind, though. Okay. Okay. I can deal with this. I can deal with this. So let's pick up this gut. There should be 4 of them. Where are they? 1, 2, 3, 4. It sounds a lot windier outside, though, than it probably should. Okay, here's one thing we can do. We have a ton of matches, and the farmhouse has a 6-burner stove. We can drop this water and just walk a little bit faster. Actually, because we have soda, I think we can drop all the water. Check the weather. Make sure no wind is...
I'm not sure I can
I think we go.
more.
I think we go. The question is, which way do we go around? I think we go around to the left. Get a torch ready, because sometimes there are wolves in this valley. Sometimes. Oof. Is that... Hard to tell if it's too cold to make it all the way there. It'll be close. We might have to start a fire. About halfway. But let's see how far we get before that becomes absolutely necessary. Hop. 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 I remember getting semi-stuck here before. I think we can go up this rock, though. Oh, yeah. Okay. And you know, no real point in not sprinting a tiny bit. Except for the fact that we're slow. We only have 1 scent mark. Plenty of sticks. And also a bunch of coal. But also the wind is picking up. So let's just kind of make sure there are no wolves in this valley here and then head down. And also, it's certainly too windy to light a torch, so get the flare out. Yeah, this looks traversable, right? Come on, come on. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this should be fine. I am getting slightly worried about the wind, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're fine. We're okay. I want to get in this windbreak, because I think this wind is the most brutal part of this. 3, 4. Also, there's no windbreak over here. Okay, so might as well use a little bit of sprint. Yeah, this is rough. Wow, look at that temperature go down. It's not even that windy, Mackenzie. Quit your belly aching. Okay. Yeah, look at how much damage that wind is doing, temperature-wise. Okay, so we are like here-ish. I think getting all the way to the farmhouse might be a tough ask, but we can at least get a little bit closer. Go from windbreak to windbreak. In fact, there might even be a car over there. I think there's a car over to the left here. Perhaps it's warm enough to warm up some. Just getting the stamina back so we can do a little bit more sprinting if we need to. And it seems we do. Jesus, this wind is brutal. God, come on, Mackenzie, walk. Absolutely brutal. Come on, Mackenzie. There you go. Ooh, that is windy, windy, windy. Where's the car? All the way over there? A lot farther than I was hoping to go. Out of the way, but I think we have to at this point. God, come on, Mackenzie. Absolutely unreasonable. On the plus side, it's only noon.
Can't feel my feet.
So if we have to, we can find a spot and hunker down for a while, and the day should warm up a little bit. Assuming a blizzard doesn't come in with this weather, I don't trust it not to. Come on. Nothing in the back seat. And still not warming up. Okay, that's not great. We need to start a fire ASAP. Here? Here? Come on. Where the hell's a windbreak? Here. Okay. Wood matches, cattail book. Niana, hello. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. I'll be doing even better if we can get through this script as fast as possible. You have some competition. Got through the script very quickly earlier. Very quickly. And add fuel. Let's just directly add coal. Because I'm pretty sure we need it. Pretty sure we need it. Yeah, this is rough. I think we can warm up, though. We should be able to warm up here. The question, though... Yeah, I mean, you're certainly welcome to watch. And this floof is cool, as you can tell. We got wind. We got clouds. We got a whole bunch of snow. A whole bunch of snow. Okay, here's what we do, though. We're probably going to need... Yeah, we're going to need to do all of this rosehip tea to get all the way over. Not pick up, and maybe even a coffee. Yeah, I think we do a coffee, too. So, move you over. Right now, what we're going to do is we're going to warm up all of this tea. It should help us not freeze to death as we're going to the farmhouse. I say it should. Not guaranteed. Not guaranteed. Come on. Come on. I know you can get placed. Come on. There we go. Yeah, all these things are boiling. We're warming up. Plenty of burn time on the fire. We should be, in fact, mostly warm by the time this thing burns out. Just move these around a little bit so they don't burn. A tip that I have been taught recently. You're not ready yet. Okay, so here's the situation. We are trying to visit some graves, and we're trying to do that before we die. The reason I say before we die, because in this particular game mode, there is zero way to regain health. As you can see, we've already lost about 2/3 of what we started with. That's the bar on the bottom left. We visited 3 out of 5 graves. I think we're kind of stabilizing a little bit. But I'm not so confident, especially because we're heading up to Timberwolf Mountain next. And, oh, very most excellently, the wind has stopped. That's my favorite thing to have happen. That's a deer. How much meat does this deer have? Let's take a quick check. If this deer has a lot of meat, we're taking it. Am I on Discord? No. No, because I hear that's where people go to get scammed. Niana. 1.5 kilos. That is worth the trouble, actually. So here's what we do. Here's what we do. Because the wind has stopped, we can move that fire a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean we can move it over next to that deer. We harvest the deer, and then we think about what we do next. Okay. First, we'll grab all these guys. We'll toss the hips in our thermos. All these hips. They're not lying. They're lying in the thermos. And we will grab a couple of torches. Because the torch will let us light a new fire over in this direction without using an additional match. Without using an additional match. Yeah, I mean, I've got a couple of other, as the kids say, socials. I'm sure you can find them if you look. I'm sure you can find them if you look. Okay, start fire here. Unfortunately, it sounds like the wind is coming back. Not the greatest thing to have happen. But it's also not the end of the world. We should still be warming up, and I think by the time we're finished harvesting this deer, we should be nice and toasty.
All right.
Assuming this fire doesn't go out. 14 minutes? Surely it won't blow away in 14 minutes. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, very good. So we got all that, we got all that. I would like for this to be warmer. I think instead we just drink a hip tea and we go. Yeah, I think we just drink this and leave. I don't trust the weather to stay nice like this for long. You know what? Let's actually pull more torches instead of using this one. I'm never good at gauging how long they last. I feel like they would run out before we get to the next location, with my luck. Also, look at all these marshmallows. It turns out that going over to this car was fated. It was a serendipitous experience. In the, what is it, the wuxia genre, they call this a fated encounter, where you can find an elixir of wind strength or some kind of pill that will allow you to have an infinite amount of power, and your chi will increase. Can you follow me on X? Well, I'm not going to stop you if you'd like to, but I'm not on there often, as I'm sure you can tell. I've been meaning to go and post things more there, but keep forgetting. I do keep forgetting. All right, let's grab a couple more of these marshmallows. Mellow these marsh. Do I have a fursuit? Is it digital? Oh, I see the model. I don't. Currently, the model is just, it's virtual. It's a virtual model. So to answer the question, more explicitly, no. Not a single fursuit in all the land. Well, I'm sure there are some, but there are none where I am. Let's get torch and light. And let's keep it going, because it looks like, yeah, the weather really is taking a turn for the worse, and of course. Okay, on the plus side, right past those trees should be our next location. As long as there are no wolves, let's prepare the flare in case there are some, we should be able to get there just fine. now that I see where these little orchards are. But there might be wolves. I'm hoping they're not, but there might be. Have you ever thought about getting a fursuit made? I have. I have, but not in the near future. Not for a good long while. Okay, this is... We are close enough to home base. I think we can start sprinting a little bit. I'm worried about this warmth running out. Definitely worried. I'm also not... As you can tell from the model, I don't have such a well-designed or defined color scheme that I would even really be able to responsibly make a fursuit. Okay, yeah. We should be okay, right? No wolves over here? Nothing fluffy chasing us? Certainly there are going to be no wolves on the way to the house. And no wolves downwind. I think we're okay. I think we're going to live. At least for today. At least for today. But I should at least figure out the color scheme before I think about getting a fursuit, right? It seems like one of the things that you should do first. As far as the order of operations is concerned. Yeah, we're going to live for now. We're going to live for now. Unless, of course, there is some kind of wolf right on the other side of this tiny hill. But I think, yay, we're going to live is a true statement. I think I'm arrogant enough to say that. Especially since I haven't heard a single awoo in all the land. I'm feeling so bold and so brazen that we're actually going to check this car first. Show me the goods. Anything in the back seat? No. People need to leave more things on the seat of their car. Very rude. Very rude to not leave anything on the seat of the car. Okay, here we go. Here we effing go. Okay. I'm Commander Cheapard, and this is my favorite house in the Citadel.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Alright, and of course warming up just expires. Okay, so... Food notwithstanding, we might be able to chill out here for a while. And you know what? I'm wondering if there's a storm lantern up here. If you remember, our storm lantern is hot garbage because it has no fuel. No, you know what? Let's do this in a more methodical fashion. A more methodical fashion. So, let's start in the kitchen. In the kitchen we have peaches. Another cooking pot. Absolutely decadent. Not a whole bunch of... our bread recipe. 2 parts flour to 1 part water. Equal parts salt and rising agent. That's the thing you don't want to do. Well, assuming... You can get away with less rising agent if you use yeast and if you have it rise for longer. And that'll also make it taste better. But I suppose that's fine. It's about 1 teaspoon of salt per cup of flour. A small pile about the size of a quarter of yeast. Brother. Yeast is your rising agent. And baking soda, you're going to need more than that. Raw dough should be tacky, 400 degrees Fahrenheit for 30 minutes. 400 degrees Fahrenheit for 30 minutes would only work on a very small loaf. When I do baguettes or regular artisan loaves in my Dutch oven, I do like 425 or 450 for about 40 minutes total. Rotate every 10 minutes. A hollow tapping sound when tapping the crust. It's actually a hollow sound when tapping the bottom. Because the crust, I suppose depending on your exposure to fire, the crust can actually crisp up much faster than the insides. Okay, but anyway, let's drop a few of these things because we don't need all of them. For now, we'll put all of our, not start fire, we'll put all of our cooking pots on. Made bread using honey before, it's turned out pretty good. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I like to put some rosemary or thyme inside too, or maybe some garlic powder. It makes it smell quite nice. Okay, we are still substantially overweight. Substantially. What do we do? First, we drop the gut and start that curing. Second, let's check the basement. What is this? Another sewing kit. We don't need another sewing kit.
Too heavy.
Okay. This is dark enough. I think it might be worth using maybe even the rest of our fuel here. Okay, anything in the tub? No. Anything sneaky here? Any boots? No boots. I would like to find one cured leather down here. That would do it.
Wonder if the owner's around.
Bandage. We don't need a bandage. We have plenty. Check these here. Check underneath the stairs. Check by the boxes. Find the boilers. In the boxes. Nothing. Lantern fuel.
Now we're cooking with gas.
Pretty good find. Especially because we're running out. But let's just do a quick circuit around, see if we can find anything on the ground. It's easy. Because the containers, we can look in, they're easier to get to. Okay. I will say, with a question like that, I probably will. Probably will. But I can't promise when. Just the next time I go onto X. Okay, so this storm lantern does have a little bit more legs now. It does have a little bit more legs. It should take us through at least one more cave. If we find no other... if we find no other lantern fuel. So let's just search in the dark, rummage around. You know what? I bet this is why Mackenzie never finds anything in any of these things. It's because he's rummaging around in the dark. And he can't see. Wasn't there a container over here? Crates. Crate. I guess not. Okay, so let us... Hold on. I actually kind of need to pop this on. Just to... Okay, so there's that. And there's... No, there wasn't a container. It was over here. And we checked it. Okay, so... Please. Surely someone left some good pair of pants in their laundry. Please.
That'll come in handy.
I'll take the socks. It turns out there's only one other pair of socks in all of Canada. And where's the washer? Where is it? Over here. I got two turned around. Where's the washer? Okay, dryer's here, to the right and up to the washer. Where's the washer? Here. Where's the washer? I'm so confused. Here. Okay, there we go. Nothing in the washer. Absolute garbage. Here is the cabinets, right? Yeah. File cabinet. File cabinet. And let's also not forget the... Let's also not forget the little drawer in the workbench. Actually, let's also not forget on top of the workbench either. Because sometimes there are just things sitting there. I don't see anything though. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay. Bust. But surely, in the entirety of the rest of the house, there must be at least one more cured leather, right? Surely. Son, there's no cured leather in this house, and stop calling me Shirley. There it is. Leave basement. It should be lighter
Someone's
up here.
gotta go.
Just a sport. I got excited. I shouldn't have gotten excited, but I got excited. Okay. Shelf, shelf, shelf. We'll hoover up all the books, all of the easy burnables, and maybe we'll even find something nice. If we have to, we can use the heavy hammer to bust down some of these chairs and get tons and tons of reclaimed wood for burning. Tons and tons of wood. So at least as far as water is concerned, we are going to be fan-effing-tastic in here. Food-wise, it's already looking kind of up. We have a little bit of venison, I think, that is uncooked. And we've got this soda. Okay, what have we got? Is there anything nice hiding? So far, the answer is no. But should the answer for that's nice, we can break that down, and there's our cured leather. Okay, crampons have been accessed, and just in time. Just in time, because we're staring down a climbing rope. Ooh, lots of books. Lots of books. Okay, anything in the drawers? No. Okay, nothing here. Let's check upstairs. Actually, let's make sure we check everywhere downstairs first.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Checking everywhere. Alright, looking good. I think that's everything on the first floor except for the kitchen. We can check the kitchen later. Why does cold brew tea taste so much better, so much weaker than hot brew tea? Cold brew tea tastes weaker because the rate at which the flavonoids, flavonoids are actually a real thing. I don't know if that's tea or if that's the cores that I'm thinking of. But it's because at the lower temperatures, the molecular activity to basically first dissolve and then transport the things that you taste in the tea, those processes happen slower when it's cold. So you need to brew it for much, much longer to get even close to a similar taste. Like on the order of perhaps hours compared to minutes. But at the same time, it also slows down the rate at which, well, one, if you're brewing things way too hot, it'll slow down the rate at which things burn. But two, there are also some astringent aspects of teas, and it will slow down the rate at which those get extracted as well. So you have a little bit more control when you cold brew over how your final tea ends up tasting. The downside being, for each individual tea, you kind of need to actually figure out what the duration of cold brew that you like the most is, as opposed to just sort of estimating a 5-minute hot brew and having that be good. All right, what have we got? Surely a farmhouse has a revolver in it, right? I can dream. I can dream. And like I said, as long as I'm dreaming, why don't we add a few boxes of ammunition to that as well? A few boxes of ammunition, some snow pants, a rifle, a moose hide satchel, and a proper hiking backpack.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
Mackenzie, you feel so tired because you've been up all day running around like a madman. I lost count. Was that the third? No. This is the third room up here. Okay, show me something nice. Show me some pants that aren't jeans. I know jeans are stylish, and I know cargo pants went out of style in the 90s. God, you've got to be kidding me. Another firearm cleaning kit? We already have one, and we're not finding any firearms. We are not finding any firearms. trying to explain to the hussy. Oh, you forgot. Yeah, you just need to think that when the temperature is high, the water molecules are jittering around a lot faster and a lot more. And as a result, wait, are there 4 rooms up here? There's the bathroom, that's right. And as a result, it's easier to knock off the nice tasty things that are molecularly attached to the tea leaves. Because the molecules are moving a lot faster. You can think of it like a very fast-moving asteroid. What have we got down here in the kitchen? What are the good things in the kitchen that we got? Apparently nothing. Well, nothing so far.
Where's the good stuff?
Yeah, where is the good stuff, Mackenzie? Why are you not finding the good stuff? Okay. We are almost to the point where we can sleep until dawn. And there's not actually so much stuff here. Tadeo Bruce, like Nadeo Bruce, but except with a T instead of an N. It seems like you are perhaps predicting the future. Perhaps predicting the future. Okay, here's the situation that I'm planning. Here's the situation. First, we light a fire. Yeah, I don't know if you know this mode, but we're still not in the greatest of situations. But here's the situation. I think what we do is we light a fire here because this is my favorite kitchen on the Citadel. We light a fire here, we boil some water, we cook that deer meat. And then we fall asleep. In fact, let's get that started. In the morning, if the weather is good, we head over east. Because if we head over east and there are no wolves, we can get to the next farmhouse, or I guess it's a barn, and we can check behind it and see if there's anything nice. I'm looking especially for hatchets and arrowheads. Oh, you know what?
That did it.
I also want to check the barn. Yeah, there's another barn I want to check. And it's down the road from here. Okay. We'll get an hour of burn time. We'll put on a liter of water each. A liter of water each. A liter, he says. And then we'll toss this venison on. Toss the venison. Look at all this tea. Okay, so that might burn. If we can find something that we can break down quickly. Okay, we can start breaking down these things. So break you down. Actually take a torch. Because I can't see worth a damn in here. Reclaimed wood. Add fuel. What else can we break down? Table. 56 minutes. No, that's too slow. Crate, break you down. And just about now, this venison should be ready. Add fuel. I'm juggling this reclaimed wood because I'm desperate to not use all that coal. So desperate. What was I going to do? Right, I was going to drink some water if I had any. But we don't. We almost do, though. Okay, add fuel. We probably don't need all these torches. But we want the nice ones. Add the bad torch, add the bad torch. Maybe that one too. 247% torches is alright. Okay, boil, 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 boil. And do we have another crate to break down? Perhaps a chair. 45 minutes for a stool. I think not. Okay. So. As a reminder, what we're doing is trying to visit a whole bunch of different graves. We started at Bleak Inlet. The first grave was at Broken Railroad. The second one was at Hushed River. And now we're going around. Third one was at Ravine, and then we doubled back. And now we're in Pleasant Valley heading north to Timberwolf. And we can't heal the entire time, is the challenge. Okay, so you're still burning. I guess, other than water, there's no real reason to keep this fire going. So we'll take these.
Getting too heavy to carry.
Is that not boiled? It was boiled. We'll take these, not take a torch, pick you up, whip you. Nope, come on now. Add fuel. Add the bad torch. Take this. That's halfway decent, so we'll keep it. And now, just to be completely over the top, we'll add a whole bunch of water here. Water. We need 2 hours of burn time here. Reclaimed wood. And 1 more book. Okay, so these will boil, and we can sleep while they boil because we are dangerously close to being not dehydrated, but de-sleep-drated. So we'll sleep in front of the fire for 2 hours. It would be funny if you could accidentally catch yourself on fire from sleeping too close to an open source of flame. Yeah, these are good. These are good. These are good. And that's almost burnt out. Okay, this is okay. Pick up a couple cooking pots. And continue sleeping. Again, let's be very careful not to lose well fed here. Very careful. Okay. You know what? I don't think we're going to risk that granola bar. I think we're just going to... I think we leave the granola bar behind.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Because it would not be good to get food poisoning here. That would put a cramp in my style. That would cramp my style substantially. Alright, let's go. Okay, so what time is it? It is midnight, and we can still sleep. So we're going to sleep until probably dawn. Then we'll make the crampons. That should take about 4 hours to do. And then we might take another nap before leaving in the afternoon, if the weather's nice. Yeah, this is a very good plan. You guys have not seen planning like this in your life. Planning like this is not something you can just come by. All right, pick you up. We can kind of see. Yeah, but Tadeo, I was just thinking, you've brought the mouth knives for all these little wolves that are going to try to hug us. Sewing kit will take that. Okay, so here's what we need to do. We need to finally make some of our glorious, promised, amazing crampons. But first, we break down these driving gloves.
It's starting to weigh me down.
Just starting to weigh you down, Mackenzie? Have you been paying attention, Mackenzie? Okay. We'll walk. We'll navigate using the light things we can see. I don't know how the stream looks on your end, but on the RGB mode for my monitor, all of this stuff is extremely dark. I can see the rays of sunlight, but if it's in shadow, it is very dark for me. Very dark. I'm kind of having to just remember approximately where the workbench was. Okay, there it is. Crafting. Improvised crampons. This is exactly why we brought these simple tools. To save ourselves the entirety of 1 hour. Okay. Life is actually looking up right now. Here's what we do. We remember that we did get another pair of socks and we wear them. Then we can drop these garbage trash simple tools that are just taking up weight in our inventory. Drop. And then we can repair the socks. We might have one other thing to repair. That failed. 85% chance of success and you fail on me? Okay, not twice in a row. Socks are fine, boots are fine, gloves, can't repair those. Sweater's fine, jacket's fine, windbreaker is but it's a long repair. 27 minutes isn't that long. We'll repair that. Okay, very nice. Hats are fine. The amount of cloth we have is too low, and so we can break down our sport vest, and we can break down maybe one or two other things. Like, for example, this toque that is better than the toque that we're wearing. So we'll do a switcheroo, and then we'll break down the low condition toque. And probably also the plaid shirt. Yeah, 10-minute harvest isn't bad. 10-minute harvest is not the worst thing in the world. And we'll also do the toque. Okay, so it's about noontime. Which means we will begin to enter the warmer part of the day. Benefit sure footing. You love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. Okay, here we go. Now that it's actually noon, I can sort of see past the shadows, but not very much. At least in the basement here. It should be better outside. Door is... Desecrate. Where's the door? Here. Behind? No, where's the door? Here we are.
All this gear is slowing me down.
Okay. Yeah, look at how bright this place is inside. I love this house. Absolutely love it. All right, let's not forget the gut. That is a special tool we'll need later. And let's drop some water. Because we are quite over encumbered right now. Probably only need to lug around about 2 liters. This should be okay. Niana, you are not going to be... You are definitely not going to be dodging the bot allegations at this point. So let's just leave it at that. Okay, it should be kind of warm-ish. What are we carrying that's so heavy that we can maybe drop? We probably have a bunch of books that we don't need. Yes. Yes, this will do it. So we don't need these plugs. We don't need so many books. Especially because... we're not going to ever use the small arms. So we can drop this guy. We might read the Frozen Angler. We might actually read some of these other ones. But we certainly don't need 21 cattail heads. And we certainly don't need a stack of papers. Okay, we are only 5 kilos overweight. We should be able to move decently fast, actually. Might as well take the note. Huh. A man food. We'll eat that later.
I might have to drop some gear.
Mackenzie, come on. You know better at this point. I'm Commander Cheapert, and this was my favorite metal container on the Citadel. Wow. Okay, next order of business. That barn. I'm hoping there's a hatchet over there. I'm hoping there's a hatchet. Let's find out. Actually, let's do a quick little detour over here. Because it looks like there's something in there. Wait. Okay, those guys are just flying by. So let's see. Show me something good. Nothing. Why don't Canadians leave anything outside? Oh-ho. Oh-ho. Hello, you. Not a lot of meat, but don't mind if I do. Not a lot of meat. Okay. Ooh. Kind of not excited about this huge amount of wind, but that farmhouse isn't too far away. We should be able to make it just fine. And I'm hoping the wind doesn't last for very long. Ah, I need to figure out what a good Turing test question is. Okay, here's the strat. I think I just got a brain blast. I'll tell you guys about the brain blast when we get inside this barn. Assuming there's not a bear here. I have been trolled by a bear in this area before. Because Winnie the Pooh does like looking for honey that he puts in his bread. I think we're good though. Usually Winnie the Pooh comes from the right, and I don't see him anywhere. Okay, temperature-wise we're good too. Let's check inside the tractor, and nothing. Okay, this is the moment of truth. There may, and I'm hoping against hope here, there may be a hatchet somewhere around here. I don't have the highest of hopes, but my hopes are not the... This has got to be the third or the fourth heavy hammer we found. This particular challenge, instead of being haunted by pry bars, we're being haunted by heavy hammers. Okay, and I do not see a hatchet leaning up against its fire barrel. So that's kind of unfortunate. Okay. Well, at any rate, what have we got? Do we have anything worth anything here? Planks. We got so many straw beds. And really, there's nothing else here, huh? I was expecting at least some firewood on the ground. But it turns out we have no such luck. Wait, something up top. Is there an up top? I think this is one of the short barns. Unless... Jump, Mackenzie. Jump. 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 Maybe I can stack things on the ground. But you have to crouch for it. How does crouching get me up a ladder? Oh, you know what? I just figured this out. Because you just mentioned it. I've been here so many times and I've never even noticed this plank was here. Okay, show me something good. How many of you Dark Souls aficionados remember Anor Londo? And the chapel that's above the painted world? This is what it's reminding me of. Let's just be a little bit careful here. I'm not... Despite being a little bit thinner in parts than the trestle that goes over the broken railroad in the ravine, it's much more stressful. Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well. At least we learned that we don't die when we fall down there. I was worried about that the whole time. Okay. Let's try this again. Man. I'm gonna need like 5 minutes for the adrenaline to get out of my system. Ooh. Okay. Okay. That's fine. I wonder what would happen if you... I suppose you could just lock yourself out of this area if you accidentally harvest some of these planks. Okay. Well, part of the issue is I think there's about a, there's at least a 10-second delay. I should have known. This, you know what? Ah! I'm going to complain again. I'm going to complain. If you remember, back when we were doing survival, well, I think I died before I started streaming, but the only time I died in the survival mode was I fell through a plank that I shouldn't have been able to fall through, in my opinion. This, I believe, is another one. Because that thing right there, That does not have collision. Okay. This is the thing that distracted me before. And of course, they never have anything good on their phone. Let's take a peek. Ah! Brother. Brother. They say the third time is the charm. At least that's what I hear they say. If we took any amount of damage falling there, this would have been the most ignoble way to end this challenge. Accidentally falling from a rafter through collision that should be there. Okay, come on. Let's not go any farther than we have to this time. Come on. Come on. There.
I think I can use this.
Okay. I don't trust going back. I don't trust falling again. We're going back the long way. We now have, actually, this is an amazing number of matches. 1, 2, 3, 36, 46, 53. We have 53 matches. This is absolutely decadent. Oh, I feel good about this. I feel really good about this now. Even though we didn't find a hatchet, this was... You think I trust this game to not randomly apply fall damage even though I fell there twice already? If they can't even get the collision right, how do they get the fall damage right? Okay. We've also spent so long in here, I don't hear wind outside.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Okay, this is good weather. Oh, that's a bear. That's a bear. It's not... We're leaving. We're leaving and we're doing the plan. Plan... Oh my god, that noise. I told you Winnie the Pooh was looking for honey. And it turns out I'm honey. I'm just a little snack. Just a little snack. Okay. We can walk fast enough, I think we can outpace him. Oh. I think we can outpace him. But this was the plan. The plan is we're going to go down the road. Man, he keeps chasing us. We go down the road. One, that might give us the opportunity there to check that shack, that burnt out shack. And two, my favorite car to loot is on this road. And it's at the entrance. You know, if we had a gun or an arrow or something, we could hunt that bear. We could stick it and then hide in the car as it runs away. Which is my favorite way to hunt a bear. I think he disappeared. I think we're safe. Okay, so we head over here. I think we turn to the right-ish. Just get prepared. There shouldn't be any wolves up ahead here. But like I say, you never know. Have you ever tried human survival? Human survival. Well, there is a survival mode that I've tried. But human survival. I can't say that I have. I'm not entirely sure what that is. Ooh. Half of me also wants to go down and check for some beautiful, delicious marshmallows. Yeah, I hear the crows over here, which means there's that body in that burnt-out shack. I think this is the right way to go. I always have a hard time finding this shack. It's either a body or a deer. Maybe. Did I say anything? There it is. I'm not sure if I said anything that I understand maybe to be an answer to. But if it may be, it's better than it definitely not be. Okay, show me something good. Say hi to Crow. Hello, Mr. Corvid. How you doing up there? You chilling? I'm chilling. Ooh, what's that? Is that another skill book? Brother. This has got to be the second gunsmithing skill book, the second or the third that we've found so far. And one, there is no way we're even finding a gun. Two, we barely have time to read any books as it is. Let's get some of these hips. Let's head back to the road. I think the road is this way. And you know what? If we ever find a hunting knife in this entire challenge, my money says it's going to be in the car that's on this road at the entrance to the barns. That's what my money says. I don't want to go too far or not far enough that I turn off. There it is. Okay, here's the road. Don't forget the wolf and Chelsea, we are not going in front of the community center. Not if we can help it. So here's the plan that I mentioned. We're going to go down the road, and instead of cutting across the hay bales, because there's a pretty good chance that there are wolves in the hay bales, and we do have 1 scent marks. Instead of going across the hay bales, we go down the road, we check the God loot car, and then we go up into the main entrance to the barn. And the barn, I'm hoping we might be able to get some arrowheads and maybe even a hatchet or a knife. If we get a hatchet or a knife and an arrowhead, then we have a weapon. If we don't get any of those things, we don't have a weapon. But at least for now, I think we should be safe. At least I've never seen wolves between this farm entrance and the buildings. I always forget how long this road is. Everything feels much bigger and much farther apart with this fog. And everything also feels like Morrowind in this fog. Every time. Okay, there's our car, and there's our entrance. Now, hopefully, the only thing I'm worried about is getting lost between this entrance and the buildings. But I think the furrows in the ground should be easy enough to follow. Okay, show me... First off, there was nothing good on the floor there. Nothing good on the floor here. So maybe this... Well, cars in this game mode are apparently garbage. So I'm not too bent out of shape over that. Over not finding anything there. Check the map. We're kind of going like that. Maybe off to the right eventually. Okay. I heard wind. I just wanted to check to make sure we could still make a fire. And light this torch in case a wolf comes over this hill. But we just follow these furrows, I think, all the way to the farmhouse. Okie doke. Okie doke. A little bit stressful here. It's getting cold too. The cold is not an issue. But the low visibility, I'm somewhat concerned about. On account of wolf. Where's Mr. Corvid? Okay, they're just flying again. Okay, this... Alright, everything is looking up, except... I unfortunately don't see anything sticking out of that target that's behind the barn. That's sad. Alexa, play Despacito. Grab some of these sticks. Let's put the torch away so we don't accidentally misclick and strike a match. That is absolutely useless. Okay, what have we got? Empty crates. Who empties a crate before putting it outside? It seems like that should be a war crime. And I'm also not seeing any wolves in the hay bales. Maybe we're at least a little bit safe. Whoops. Hey, hold on. Hold on. -1C. I thought it said feels like 0 Celsius and it was still making me cool down. I suppose it makes sense. I just want to check by these hay bales. I don't have high hopes. But better nothing, or better check it and know than to always worry. Think about it. Why are the crates empty? Because I already took the stuff from them in a previous survival mode run. And like Resident Evil 2, if you play the Leon campaign and you take everything from the storage shed, and then you play the Claire campaign, we don't have anything here, do we? I was really hoping there'd be at least a broken arrow. But if you take everything from the shed, and then you go through the Claire campaign, you're not going to have a machine gun or a whatever is in that campaign or in that shed. There's two things. I think one of them is like a key. No, three things. I think there's a key. I think there's an increase to your carrying capacity by like 2 slots. And then there's a machine gun. But if you take one from one campaign, it won't be there for the other one. So be careful with that. Okay. Nothing. But hey, you never know. It's a big barn. We still might get lucky.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
We might get lucky. Actually, am I crazy to think that it was sunny outside? I think I might be crazy to think it's sunny outside. It's not sunny. It's the opposite of sunny. It's cloudy in every direction. Okay. Because it's still kind of dark in here, I'm worried that I'll miss some stuff. I think eventually we will light a fire and run around with a torch. In fact, how much water and food do we have? Okay, not a huge amount of water. I thought we had like 8 liters of water. Did I drop all of that? Didn't we get like 8 liters of water in the farmhouse? I feel like I'm going crazy. I don't know what happened. I'm not gonna question it. But it's probably for the best because being lightweight like that let us outrun the bear. I dropped it. Typical. I dropped it all at the house. Oh, you know what? I probably dropped it to go down and make the crampons. And then I forgot about it. Well, it's fine. It's fine. We don't need so much water.
Come on.
And we can make a couple more liters here. Okay.
Turned out pretty well.
Add fuel. Reclaimed wood. And maybe one of these bad torches.
Too much stuff to carry.
Instead of adding that, I should have lit it. Oh. That's a pretty good torch. Let's hoover up a little bit of wood first. And then we can add that to the fire first. Oh, yeah. No. So, Chelsea, there is one pot that I left. I know for sure I left one pot. But I think I picked up all the pots after the water got boiled that night, or that morning. What was I going to do? I was going to place cooking pot to cook tiny bit of venison. Yeah, I got scared too. Okay, so that's going to need 2 hours, so we're going to need to get a little bit more firewood. That shouldn't be a problem. There's usually a surplus of firewood in these little stalls. Check the chunk. I combined check, junk, and trunk all into one word. So we got chunk in that chunk, aka junk in the trunk. Okay, we'll take the soda. Grow well. Well, that's motivating. I'll do my best to grow well. Untitled bin, hello. Oh my goodness. I've never seen so many people on Twitch. Well, perhaps it's not true, but I've never seen so many people who are possibly real. I think I've had a bunch of bots in here before. Okay, more whetstones. So welcome to the, this is practically animal abuse with as much as this cat has been suffering. Really, not a single log in all the land may or may not be real. So in that case, perhaps you're complex. You're complex individuals with both a real part and an imaginary part. Okay, so what are we doing? We are boiling water. We're cooking food. And we're playing a little bit of The Long Dark. This is, if you can read his text, imaginary friend on the couch. Yeah, I think so. He just told me that he left a fully loaded rifle in the prepper cache that's underneath the rope that goes to Timberwolf Mountain. So I'm going to be very cross if the guy on the couch is not correct about that. Okay, but this is this one. So we're doing As the Dead Sleep. We've got 3 out of 5 grave sites visited. And we also have about 3 out of 5 bits of our health lost. So we'll have to see if we make it. Okay. Let's add a little bit of fuel here so it doesn't burn off. Kind of ashamed to use a coal on this. So let's use this stick repository. So in that case, maybe it's like those the 2 sphinxes, or was it 2 sphinxes? You know, the 2 statues, one of them always tells the truth and one of them always tells a lie. And the only way to get the to figure out which is to ask them a self-referential. Do I see matches over there? Does anyone else see matches on the left side of the screen? Oh, we are. So I don't know how much you guys know about this challenge, but we started in the Bleak Inlet Way in the south. Where is it? Here. We started in the Bleak Inlet. We tried to not get eaten by some wolves. We squirted over to the Broken Railroad, back through the Muskeg, up to Mountain Town, up to Hush River Valley. Then we went over to the ravine, Mystery Lake, and now we're trying to go through Pleasant Valley to Timberwolf Mountain. At one point, we were almost completely out of matches or other ways to light a fire in the middle of a blizzard. And so now, we are completely flush. We have, what is this? We're probably pushing 60 matches, or 70 matches. Now that I think about it, it's a little bit concerning.
Wonder who owns this stuff?
Scrap lead? Scrap lead? I have never seen scrap lead ever as something that you can find anywhere. I thought you always had to harvest it from a battery. I played for, it must have been 350 days in survival mode. I explored the entire map in survival mode, and I never saw a scrapped lead in the wild. What? This is a huge find. This is absolutely a huge find. If we get stuck on a rope, or stuck about to go up a rope, that is very nice. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the game is even more trolling me. So far, we have found probably, I want to say, 3 or 4 heavy hammers. We've probably found about 5 pry bars. And we found 2 hacksaws. We have found 0, count it, -2, -1, 0 hunting knives, 0 hatchets. The hacksaw has actually been a pretty good find because it's let us harvest some deer meat. And without that, we would be in a rough spot. But I was hoping against hope that somewhere in this barn, which has a workbench, we'd be able to find a hunting knife or a hacksaw, but apparently it's not in the cards. Yeah, based on the amount of... Here's the plan. I was hoping that we... You know what? Also, remember, Yuchi. Oh no. Oh no. Here's a problem here. Yuchi dropped a couple of guts to cure, and Yuchi forgot to pick them up. Where did Yuchi drop those guts? It wasn't here, was it? Certainly it wasn't here. I think it might have been... And that's the second time. I think it might have been back over here in the farm. Alright. Well, at any rate, let's pick that up before it burns. And let's do... I guess 2 more liters of water is probably fine. Unfortunate about burning a coal for that, though. Okay. My brain is failing to work. Right. So basically, the moral of the story is we have found a whole bunch of nothing as far as equipment is concerned. We've only just started to scrape together a coterie of flares that we can use to scare off wolves when it turns windy. Water is actually... Food is not that bad. But I'm kind of worried now. Kind of worried. So the next order of business is we head north up to the rope that goes to Timberwolf. We're going to have to do that tomorrow morning because I'd like to get all the way up to Crystal Lake in one go. That might be possible. So let's speed these guys up. And yeah, how much water do we have? We're going to have 5 liters. Yeah, between that and the Pinnacle Peaches, that's certainly going to be enough water. Okay, so let's just speed this guy up too. And remember to pick up the cooking pots. Okay. We drink water. We eat food. In probably should have been the opposite order. We eat some of this man food. As I've said, it's dog's best friend food, and man is dog's best friend, so this must be man food.
This
Oh, you know what?
To slow me down.
Ah. Not place. Add fuel. Oh. We should cook all of this. We should cook all this tea. Place the tea. Cook, tea, cook. Cook, tea, cook. Okay, so 5 teas is going to be 1 1/4 liter. We'll still have about 3 liters left. I guess that should be okay. Yeah, that should be okay. We're definitely going to have to still drop some stuff to climb up that rope, though. Okay. Cook all this tea. And cook. Cook, cook. Cook, cook, cook. This is the rhythm game. We haven't played the rhythm game for very long, or in a long time. This is a much bigger thing when food was more easy to come by. Oh, and we have these prepared acorns that we can cook too. I forgot all about that. The more you know. The more you know. And I suppose we can also cook the hips that don't lie. Do you want to see the region map or do you want to see the world map? I guess, you know, there's the 10-second delay, so we'll do a little bit here. And then we'll do a little bit here. Mr. without a title. Okay, so these guys, was that it? Cook. Do we have anything else to cook here? Yeah, more acorns and more rose hips. At this rate, I think we do a little bit more water. 20 minutes on the fire barrel. Yeah. We'll modulate with sticks. Any more rose hips? So many rose hips. And not a single lie among them. Okay, how much do we have on here? 30 minutes, we can probably only get about a half liter out of that. Close to exploring the whole... So, this particular game mode, this one gives us the whole map. But it doesn't give us any of the landmarks on the map. Probably because if it doesn't give us the map, it would be next to impossible to find where exactly these grave sites that we have to visit are. Your kitten Frost is curled up in your arms and watching you. Well, as long as Kitten doesn't jump against the screen and try to do some clawing, I suppose it's fine. I suppose it's fine. Okay, come on. Show me the hips. There we go. And I wonder if we can sneak in 1 more half liter of water here. I don't think so. Probably worth the stick. 15 minutes. Yeah, this will be fine. This will be fine. Everything will be okay. A yummy cat snack. The wolves say that too, Untitled. The wolves that I've seen have definitely said that too. And Winnie the Pooh, just the earlier morning, Winnie the Pooh mistook me for a little bit of honey. and try to get a little taste. Okay, now we can sleep. Here we go. We're probably sleeping right next to a corpse. But oh well. You do what you have to. Okay, so. Yeah, that's... I would prefer a little bit more water, especially because... Did I sting the bear? Untitled? What in the actual heck would I have to sting this bear with? Between the... What is this? That was probably the 4th firearm cleaning kit that we found upstairs. It was either upstairs or it was in the farmhouse. We have found 0 firearms. We have found probably 5 firearm skill books, or 6 between the gunsmithing and the, the other firearm skill books. Probably found 5 or 6 of those. Useless. We also don't need this can. Basically, we have found... Oh, we've also found, I'd say probably 4 or 5 whetstones, but 0 things that a whetstone can repair. And yeah, I think I do remember seeing that can opener upstairs, but we've already got the can opener. And it's at 60%. It'll probably last us until we die, so for the rest of our life. You know, they say buy it for life. I don't think that's exactly what they meant. Oh, instead of that, let's eat some of these peaches. Because peaches are kind of meh for calories, but they're pretty good for thirsty. Okay. 3 more hours of nap. Three more hours. And 1 more peach. Ain't that a peach? I actually had a homemade peach cobbler last night, and it was quite good because the peaches were a Georgia peach. Extremely flavorful. Does anyone else hear wind outside? I feel like there's wind outside, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Okay, this is... Food-wise and water-wise, we're pretty good. Pick up the bedroll. And carry weight-wise, we're also pretty good. You want a cobbler? You're not the only one. I had a little bit of it. Not a whole lot. Did I pick up anything accidentally? We don't need all these cans. We probably don't need more than 2 sewing kits. Again, for the rest of our life. What are we carrying? Scrap metal? We could go upstairs and make some hooks out of that scrap metal. Because you never know when you'll find some line or some cured gut that you can make a line from. You don't know what kind of cobblers there are, but you made it sound good. So, let me tell you, schematically, about every kind of cobbler in existence. A cobbler is, broadly speaking, a baked dessert kind of a thing, where... Think about it, it's like a pie without a bottom, filled with fruit. So some kind of fruit, like you can have berries, peaches, apples would be good. And on top, you basically sort of drizzle over some sort of sweetened vanilla-y dough or batter. And then you pop it in the oven for, I don't know, 50 minutes at a low temperature. And it cooks it and heats the fruit that's inside, and it crisps up the batter that's on the top. And so now you know about every kind of cobbler.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Ooh, well, we're not leaving today. I thought it was just a little bit of wind, but apparently not. Okay, so here's the actual decision point. Here's the real talk. Do we go back and get that cured gut. Or get the gut that is not yet cured. I really think we do. I think we do. I would like to squirt just straight up tonight or today. But especially with this blizzard, I think the weather won't be great for heading into Timberwolf. Because once we start heading north, we'll head... If it's the only gun... Sorry, Untitled. I said gut, as in G-U-T, not gun. If it was a gun, there is no way in hell I'd be dropping it. But then I think we squirt north to Timberwolf. Yeah. The stuff over here, it's not so far away that it would be a severe imposition to head back over there. Okay. What we can actually do while we wait for this blizzard to leave is we can continue this field dressing thing. One hour at a time, because we don't want to miss our opportunity to get out of here. In fact...
I might have to drop some gear.
I can't tell if it's windy out here. Yep. Yep. That is still windy. Okay. So we'll continue with the reading. This is the day of self-edification. Now that sounds quiet. That sounds very quiet. So let's go. Oh, this is great weather. This is amazing weather. Kind of cold, but I'm still liking it. Okay, crows. Are there wolves in this field? There's almost always wolves in this field in my experience. But maybe we can cut through on the left side here. It might be a little bit of a shortcut. The only question that remains to be answered is, did we leave the curing gut inside the tiny barn, or did we leave it in the farmhouse proper? I don't know if anyone remembers, because I sure don't. I don't think we left it in the barn. I think we must have left it in the farmhouse. And then I probably forgot to pick it up, just like I forgot to pick up that water. Okay, it's also a little bit cold.
Heavy.
So let's cut... Okay, good. So let's cut this way, especially because it's quite cold with this wind now. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Going back to work. Guy on a couch. Newsflash is getting up off the couch. Put that on the little Chiron. But yeah, have a good one. Have a good one. Yeah, this wind, you know what? Let's just take a moment. That is a huge wind chill. 18C. But, you know, the day is warming up enough. I think we go check on Dr. House. I call this guy Dr. House because when I found him in the survival mode, he was dead, and he had 2 bottles of painkillers on him. So his Vicodin addiction finally got the best of him. Okay, come on. Let's go as fast as we can go. And you know what? We might even be able to pick up some marshmallows on the way across the river. Wouldn't that be a coup? Oh. No Dr. House. Oh, there's Dr. House. There's his painkillers.
I could use this.
We don't really need them. Pick up a feather. Okay, let's see if we can get... See if we can get inside quickly. Let's see if we can get inside, and let's hope that Winnie the Pooh doesn't come this far north. I've never seen him this far north. But it's not like I'm going to be trusting it. Okay, do we have any marshmallows? I'm not seeing any. Well, that's kind of sad. In fact, some would say that's very sad. I would say that's very sad. Any wolves? No. Sad chi noises. Okay, no wolves, no bears. Actually, leaving these things in the kitchen is not the end of the world. It's not the worst thing in the world. Because, and of course, right as we get here, the wind stops. Typical. Because that just gives it more time to cure. I feel like they should be about halfway done at this point.
Something's gotta go.
Okay, where's our gut? Here it is. Almost halfway. Okay, let's pop a squat for an hour. Hope the wind, or hope the weather stays nice. And then we'll take this stuff back to the barn. There we go. Pick up 1, 2, 3, 4. And maybe a couple water bottles. Maybe 3 water bottles. Fingers crossed. Nice. Nice weather. Loving the weather. Okay, let's head back across. We'll drop some water in the gut in the barn. Actually, we might even nap for a little bit. You know what? Does anyone else think that we perhaps lost the opportunity to head up to Timberwolf today? If we left without taking a nap from the barn, we would be quite low fatigue. By quite low, I mean at least past half. And that would make going up that rope very rough. I also don't 100% trust that the prepper cache underneath the rope is even there. So there's not a guarantee of a good place to sleep either. Huh. Yeah, I think we've got to spend another day in the barn. More sad chi noises. More sad chi noises, but food and water-wise, I think we'll be alright. Wait. More crows. What are these crows circling over? If it's a deer, no, they're circling over Dr. House. Okay, check for wolves. I don't see any. I heard some awoo very, very, very far in the distance behind us. But I don't see any here. And I don't hear any sea. Any holy sea. So let's skew a little bit more to the right than I usually would. Just because if they do spawn in, they're going to be spawning in somewhere over there. Probably. Oh, is that? No, that's the top of a hay bale. Also probably. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. This would have been the perfect weather to head over to Timberwolf in. This would have been, it would have been a coup to be able to swing that. You don't know if it's a bug, but on one survival run, a couple of Timberwolves spawned here. Well, that's terrifying. Because we only have the one marine flare, and I don't think regular torches work against them. No, regular torches do work against them, I think. Probably. I don't know if I'd risk it, though. I don't know if I would risk it. Alright, come on. I'm walking over here. I'm walking over here. Don't forget to hydrate. Don't forget to hydrate. Or else you'll accidentally load rate. And the cool kids don't load rate anymore. Yeah, we should be fine. I haven't heard a single awoo anywhere nearby. As long as we're quick. But then the question is, where are all the wolves? They're either all on the way up into the hills, or they're all in the town. And both of those things will eventually be very bad. Very bad because we do have to cross past them. Okay. Yeah, that was a nice peaceful walk. Not bad. Not half bad at all. I'm still so mad that there wasn't at least a hatchet over on that target. Not even a single broken arrow. Okay, here's the door.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
You can't drop a single gear, Mackenzie. Not a one. I will not allow it. I refuse. Cans. Can you do the can? Okay. So we've actually got a decent chunk of time free now. A decent chunk of time. I think what we do is we read some books. I think we read some books. We might even be able to finish the How to Light a Fire book and get better at lighting fires. Oops, what? I thought I dropped that. What did I click? I guess I clicked back then. Okay. Or no, it's how field dressing your kill. We'll finish this book. If it's the last thing I do. Which it might be. One more hour. Can we swing it? 30 minutes. 15 minutes. 5 minutes. Nice. Give me that skill. Give me the boost. Carcass harvesting 3. Wow, I thought this was only going to bring us to 2. I guess I had forgotten that we... 25% reduction can harvest 50% frozen carcasses by hand. And a 10% reduction in gut. That's... Not too bad, actually. Not too bad. It's certainly better than the jump from 1 to 2. The jump from 1 to 2, I think, was only a 10% reduction in meat harvesting time. That was pitiful. In my opinion, that was pitiful. Okay, let's see. 352 and 88. 88 times 4, because it's... No, it must be 3. I think it's 3 acorns for 1 large acorn. Which is strange, because the weights don't work out. Calorie-wise, let's find out. Let's do some math, maybe better than the designers could. Prepared acorn and prepared acorn large. Here. 1 acorn for prepared acorn. Okay, 4 prepared acorns for a large prepared acorn. Yeah, these developers don't know how to do... No, they do. This is fine. Everything's fine. Everything is okay. Because 88 times 4, yeah, is 320 plus 32. Perfect. Everything is fine in the world. It's not the developers that can't do math. It's Yuchi that can't do remembering things. Okay. Do we have more things that it's worth reading? Possibly the Frozen Angler. That will give us 1 ice fishing level. We are so close to fire starting 3. Maybe we save the book until we actually get it. Wilderness Kitchen. And this will also get us... I think we start 1 fire, and we cook a little bit of water. And that should probably get us both levels. And maybe even... I've already lost track of the fire pit. Here. Yeah, this is fine. We have a ton of matches. Kind of a shame to use a coal for it, though. I think this is worth it. Yeah, I think this is worth it. We might be able to swing 2 levels out of this. 2 out of 2 possible levels is what I'm hoping for. Okay.
That's done.
Is this fire starting? No. Add fuel. 1 coal. Water or... Yeah, cooking water gives you cooking skill, right? I think so. Might as well fast forward to find out. Okay, I don't think that did. So what else can we cook? Oh, but you know what we can do? We can, and I probably should have, prepare some of these acorns. Make some grounds. We should still be able to cook this. In the time we have available. Yeah, here we are. Got 10 minutes to cook, 28 minutes. Perfect. There's our cooking skill. Not quite enough still. And there's not really anything else to cook, is there? Okay, well that's fine. I suppose it's not the end of the world. Okay. Take torch. Take torch. Wait for fire barrel to run out. Relight fire with torch. Perhaps gain another skill point. Actually, which of these skills were near a level? Yeah, cooking is quite close and fire is almost there. Yeah, let's get the fire level before we read the book. I don't know if the skill points... I don't know if they continue. Here we are. Start fire. With... Ooh. There's a bunch of sticks outside we can use. Why can't I start this with... Oh, because of the magnifying glass. Start fire with a stick. Yeah, there's plenty of sticks we can pick up from here to the birch forest before we need to worry about that.
Come on.
Plenty of sticks. All for the picking. And... Come on, level. There we go. Let's see what we get. We get... F is for fire starting. Okay, another 25% chance to start fires, which is quite good. Oh my god. Can start fires without tinder. Talk about an extreme windfall. Talk about an extreme windfall. I'm feeling maybe even a little bit safe right now. Maybe a tiny bit safe. Okay, in that case, the cheese was definitely worth the squeeze. We don't need that anymore. Surely if I throw this torch at some dry hay, it won't light on fire. We can start sleeping, though. Just a little bit of sleeping. A little bit of sleeping. Cabin fever again. No. No. Damn. And I bet the hut in Timberwolf counts as an interior location. Oh, that's a shame. That's a damn shame. Acorn coffee. We still need to sleep for 6 hours. Yeah. Yeah, just gonna have to suck it up, I think. There's also a whole lot of wind outside. So we're not leaving for a while. But you know, the upside is that with all of these matches and this fire starting skill, especially because now we don't need tinder. Huge, absolutely huge. All we need is a stick to light a fire. I feel a little bit more confident about running around outside and just being able to light a fire whenever it gets too cold to warm up. I do feel a little bit more confident about that. There's a cranky cat meowing at me. Okay, it's still early morning. If the weather isn't amazing, we're not leaving yet. If it is amazing, maybe. I'm talking like not windy, sunny weather is the only thing that could lure me out this early in the day. And another. Okay, where's the door? Where's the exit? Over here. Somewhere over here anyway. Let's just confirm. Can we start a fire without a tinder? Yes, we can, which means we can drop all the tinder we have and free up a little more. Why am I still carrying this scrap lead? Did I accidentally drop... One, I forgot to drop the fresh cut overnight. That's a shame. But it's okay, we'll drop it now and come for it on the way back. And two, why am I carrying this scrap lead? What did I drop something upstairs instead of the scrap lead accidentally? I could have sworn that I dropped this. This is Yuchi's memory striking again. Yeah, there's nothing on the ground here. Well, I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to question it for the sake of my sanity. Okay, show me some good weather. Show it to me. Give it to me.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
What's the feels like? Feels like minus 17C? I think that's a little bit too much for me. That's a little bit too cold for me. So let's read our book for a little bit. Which book were we going to read? We were going to read... I guess the Angler one's a good one to read. Start with 2 hours, see where that puts us. Better than before. Better than before, but not handsome enough to tempt me. Yeah, let's just read until noon. Finish the book. Let's finish the book. Be done with it. We can light it on fire if we're desperate. It'll also give us an excuse to drink some of this water. Because we have a lot. Actually, ice fishing, nice. And what did this give us? I always go to the wrong tab. Ice fishing, level 2. Fishing time reduced, nice. And a lower chance of a line break, that's also nice. Stretch those fishing tackles a little bit longer because we've only got a couple.
I'm not sure I can carry much
Yeah,
more.
we only have 4 of them, which is not a lot by my standards. All right, so those are curing. Let's see. We're trying to get up to Timberwolf. I think we have some options. First option. When we go up to Timberwolf, we're definitely taking this route here. It's really the only one to do. My one concern is wolves near the road here. Option 2. Well, option 1 is when we come back, we follow the road down and hit the town before leaving to the mine up here. Option 2 is instead of following the road all the way down to the town, we break back through the birch forest and come back to this location. If we do that, then I would be comfortable dropping a lot of coal here. I think we do that. Because we're going to need to drop more stuff, probably water. Yeah, there's also possibly a bear in the birch forest. That's definitely something to keep an eye on. We don't need... I don't think we need 2 bottles of painkillers, and I don't think we need 2 bottles of antibiotics. Especially with all the reishis and rose hips that we have. Clothes are fine. Food is fine. And you know what? We have so much between tea and coffee and rose hips. I think we also drop a little bit of water here. Maybe we drop 3 liters of water here. But we need to get going on account of food. It's getting a little bit sketchy and low here. 5 and 2 more maybe. No, just 1 more. It would have been nice to have an even 30 cattail stalks left, but I don't think it's meant to be. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I can deal with this weather. I can handle this. Yeah, this is the back way. We will drop by the busted out cabin over there. The burnt out little hutch. And you know what? What if we go around the birch forest instead of through it? We could. Yeah, I think we do that. We could go around the birch forest, hit this bridge, and go up into the bridge. Or go up onto the land from the bridge. I think that's a good idea. Okay, blind hill, never like it. Okay, this is fine. This is fine, this is okay. The only reason I'd go into the birch forest is either for some birch saps, we've already got 2, or for some birch bark tea, which we cannot make. So the way is shut to us. At least that one. Okay, what have we got? Is that a pry bar? No, it's an empty crate. Nothing. Nothing. Well, I didn't have the greatest of expectations, so I suppose it's fine. Bear! Bear in the dungeon! Thought you ought to know. Reminds me of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. You remember when Quirrell busts into the dining hall and says, "Troll! Troll in the dungeon!" Or was it troll in the bathroom? I think it ended up being in the bathroom, but I think he said it got out of the dungeon. Also, you love to see it. You love to see a good marshmallow. It occurs to me that I can start not picking up these cattail heads. And we can actually probably drop a bunch of these cattail heads too. I don't know why I clicked the button if I was just going to click drop all, but it is what it is. It is what it is, man. And nothing on the other side. Okay. So we'll head this way. I am so desperate for good clothing. It just crossed my mind of going up to the airplane crash to rummage through all the suitcases for some nice clothing. But I don't think it's worth the detour. But at the same time, I heard an awoo in that direction. At the same time, it's not the farthest place to go. Maybe we'll check the hunting blind that we usually check on the way up to Timberwolf, and we'll decide from there. I'm sure there's a bunch of marshmallows over in those reeds, but I don't want to go and check them. While we've got good weather, we're going to use the good weather. Yeah, Red Richard, my eyes are peeled. They are banana peeled for marshmallows and marshmallow stalks. Speaking of which, give me these marshmallows. Every single little calorie helps. At one point, we got up to something like 40 marshmallows. Also, there's possibly wolves here. But let's please use not the really good torch. And it's only marshmallows that stopped us. If we didn't have those marshmallows, if we had 0 marshmallows, I definitely would have starved. Is the long dark a good game? Well, Red Richard, you are about to get my spiel. The long dark is It's a survival game in the same. It's in a similar vein as things like Ark Survival Evolved. What are some other ones? I always forget what they are. Rust is like this, or it's in the same genre-ish. And if you think of like a sort of two-dimensional one, maybe even Terraria would count. Is that a wolf? That's a wolf. That's a wolf. But basically, it's a kind of game where you run around trying to survive by harvesting materials, although harvesting is perhaps not as appropriate in this game as it is in others. It's more of a gathering. So basically, you're trying to gather materials so you don't die, because you are stuck in Canada, which it sounds bad enough on its own, but you're stuck in Canada when some kind of disaster happened that resulted in no electronics working in the entire world. So there's no electric heating, there's no electric cooking, there are no electric lights. Which, as you can imagine, that's a wolf. Part of the issue is freezing. Ooh. Yeah, you know what? You know what? He's probably going to turn... He didn't turn around. He didn't turn around. Let me through. Ah, he saw us. We're lighting this. Okay, I think they're afraid of fire. Man, I was hoping to get past him. But basically, the goal is to not starve. The goal is to not freeze to death. And the goal is to not get eaten by wolves with tiny little mouth knives. Now, you asked me, I don't like wolves? I do like wolves. I like wolves from a distance. I like wolves from far away. I like wolves when they're trying to not give me hugs with their tiny little mouth knives. I don't like wolves when they're making noises. I'm sure you can hear. I'm sure you can hear. Why don't I like wolves and their tiny little mouth knife hugs? I'm sure you could imagine. There might be a reason for that. Yeah, he's still hunting us. As long as he doesn't get too close, we should be safe. Oh god. Oh god. We have to go this way, but there are bear tracks. And that's a bear, so we're stuck. We are stuck. Can I scare a wolf away? He's still moving away currently, though. You know what? What if we just kind of... Oh, don't run this way, run another way. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, okay. We'll equip the good torch. And then we'll... Actually... You know what? We'll swap torches. Okay. Okay, so... The bear is still in the way. Now, we don't smell, so the wolf shouldn't hunt us. It should just go back to where it was before. But this is... a rock in a hard place, Jesus. How are we going to sneak past this bear? How are we going to sneak past Winnie the Pooh? Let's figure out where he went. On the rocks. The question is, did he go left? Did he go right? I don't see him anymore. Where did he go? He must have turned right. He must be waiting and wait around that bend right there. Okay. I think we... Ooh, that's kind of steep, kind of tall. Hey, I always say, Red Richard, you need to lurk more. Everyone needs to lurk. Okay, there he is. He's on the far side of the bridge. Is he coming this way? No, he's still going. He's still going. Okay. Can we get down into the valley. If we can get on the into the water that's underneath this bridge, there's a secondary route we can take. Yeah. Yeah, let's see if we can get down here. Might be a little bit far to jump, but it looks possible. Yeah. Yeah, we'll detour. Wait, why do I hear a wolf over by the cave in this direction? There's not supposed to be a wolf over in this direction. There's definitely not supposed to be a wolf anywhere here. Alright, so this kind of screws up my plan. I was hoping to go past Point of Disagreement again because I know exactly where to find the place from there. But if we're being detoured around to the waterfall, I suppose we can take a peek into the cave and see if there's any good coal there. There's the place in the back of this cave that is through a waterfall you must walk through. And that might have some good stuff. But if we have to walk through, we will immediately get hypothermia and take damage. So I don't think we're going to do that. I think we'll avoid that. Especially because then we'd have to take a long time to wait for all of our clothes to dry. And I don't think we have that kind of time. As has been said, ain't nobody got time for that. Alright. If you strip, your clothes won't get wet. Interesting. Interesting. So do I dare is the new question. Do I dare? I might. I might dare. We have so many matches, I'm not super mad about this running out. Okay, nothing here. That's Garbo. What is this? Just more planks? Okay, so here's the dilemma. Either we go in the cave and we check that out, and we do the stripping naked strat. Yeah, because like I said, there must be a wolf in those hills. There's not supposed to be a wolf here that I know about. Either we do that strat, or we just go straight. I think let's prepare a tree branch. Yeah, I think let's prepare a tree branch. Please, an hour and a half, no wolves. Oh, I did not notice that got really cold really fast. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. That was fast. Okay. I hope we didn't lose too much health just now. And of course, we didn't get any of those limbs. That's unfortunate. That's quite unfortunate. Let's take a quick nap to warm up. We should warm up, right? We should warm up, right? Okay. So we're warming up. We'll go outside. And as long as it's not so obscenely windy, we'll start a fire next to that limb, that tree limb. And then we'll break it down, and then we'll put it on the fire. So pick you up, turn around, go outside. Keep a lookout for wolves. Oh, you know what? It's wind that did me in. And I wonder... Yeah, it's too windy for... Here? Okay, just stop being too windy. Let's put this here. And we'll start a fire. We don't need to use the book. Yeah, 85% chance on a stick. That's not bad. That's not half bad.
Come on.
Okay. Light you. Unfortunately, I think we are going to have to toss a coal on. For the temperature of it. And also the time, I suppose. Let's make sure we're warming up. And let's pay attention now.
It's dusk.
Pay attention.
Can't be far behind.
Okay, so of course we got sniped again, but it didn't snipe us fast enough. We'll head back into the cave. Actually, we'll do a fire here. Because we need torches. And we have plenty of things. Grab a whole bunch of torches over here. The wind sniped us. Oh no, it just failed. Okay. I thought the wind sniped us. It didn't occur to me that the 85% chance could fail. But it wouldn't surprise me at all if the wind didn't snipe us. It happens more likely than you think, at least to me. Okay.
That's done.
Actually, does anyone know? If you go under this waterfall, does it ruin your torches? I'm not sure. But we'll just take a bunch. Okay, if it doesn't ruin the torches, then that's good. And I suppose it shouldn't, but you never know. Oops. Big torch. Yeah, it makes sense that if it's burning, then yeah. You know what? I probably should have done... how much water do we have? A half liter? 30 minutes? Yeah. Probably wouldn't hurt to get another liter of water. Which should take half hour. So we can still... these... I've been extremely lucky. Not lucky. The opposite of that. Extremely unlucky pulling torches from this fire. They've almost all been very poor. Almost all of them. I was hoping to lampshade it and force the game to give me a good one. There we go. Okay. And then we'll light it before we go inside. Oops. Be very careful, because we're still cold here.
Can't feel my hands.
Okay. That's right. Light the torch. And let's see if this game mode will give us a tiny little itty-bitty reward for going underneath a running waterfall. I don't have the highest hopes. But you never know. You never know. I also don't remember exactly how deep this cave goes.
I need to drop something.
Take the coal. The thing you need to drop is not the coal, Mackenzie. Ah. A detour with some stuff. Maybe even a moose-hide satchel. This was supposed to be a detour. I guess the other way's the detour then. Or maybe neither of them are. Maybe neither of them are. Alright, show me something good. Yeah, this gives me the feel that it loops back around like a donut. Or for those of you who are mathematically inclined, a torus. Hello. I will take that marine flare, thank you very much. Yeah, this is the other room that we just declined to go through. What's that? Just a rock. Just a rock. Firewood, coal. Take it all. Yeah. Oh, I forgot how long this crawl space is. I would have dropped some of the coal and firewood. Okay. So here we are. Let's not forget to get a little bit naked. And let's take things off instead of dropping them this time. Come on in, the water's fine. Actually, what we also need to do is make sure that it's warm enough that simply being naked is still going to give us take off and take off. Yeah, so our temperature is still going up, which means, yeah, we can go through and probably not take any damage. Okay, so maybe we eat and drink a little bit first. I'm not trying to delay. You're trying to delay. And maybe also some of these stalks. At this rate, I'm thinking we might actually have to try to find a couple of food crate containers up in Timberwolf, because we're running pretty low on stalks. But we also don't have to spend much time at all in Timberwolf. Okay. Fingers crossed. Wow. Wow. Get off the step. Up. Okay.
Never felt so cold in my life.
I was hoping... Where is my torch, please? Mackenzie. Okay, so it's you. You need to start the fire. Considering that we have some positive temperature now, I was really hoping that the gauge would not be at 0.
Come on.
Right when we went on to the other side. So this is... I think this ends up being maybe not a good idea. Yeah, this was not a good idea at all. What does it feel like? I guess it's minus a few degrees here. Well, a bedroll if we didn't have one. Ours is better. Antiseptic marine flare. Actually, you know what? The marine flare might end up being worth it. Because I kind of get the feeling that if we got even a little bit attacked by a wolf, we'd probably be completely just out and out dead. So trading a little bit of health for being able to perhaps avoid one more wolf might be end up being worth it. And we can put all the clothes on once we go back across. And that should actually warm us up. I guess we have a bunch of torches here. We can light one. Okay, nothing. I don't want to check up here. Oof. Okay, dodge the water. Okay. Yeah, so that was a little bit of a damage boost. I was hoping for more, but I do think the marine flare might make it worth it in the end. And we can just warm up. You know what? We might as well put a little bit on while we're warming up. Just to speed things up a tiny bit. The toques. 2 toques. We still only found the one pair of underwear. So silly. So very silly. Okay, you know, we're gonna lose all this warmth on the way back. There's no real point in completely warming up, is there? Take off. Take off, take off. I don't remember there being... Yeah. Take off, take off. Okay. Warmth bonus +1, because the jeans. Okay. So let's go back through and immediately put clothes on. Come on, and there we go. Yeah, see, look at this. It must be just unusually warm, unusually cold on the far side there, because I'm warming up right now without even any clothes on. And with these clothes, it should be even better.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Mackenzie, that's normal for you. Oh, whoops. Oh, I suppose it makes sense that you can't wear them without shoes. Nope. That's not what I meant to do. Where, and where. Okay. Okay, not the worst. And, you know, let's save the storm lantern. Because we are flush with matches. So many matches. And you never know when you're going to get stuck in the middle of a blizzard at night. Well, I know when. The answer is usually. The answer is usually. This way, I think. Yeah. Yeah, this cave's a dead end. We need to go out now. I currently have... I'm back of being of two minds of something, but it's two minds of a different thing this time. This time, I'm not sure... Ooh, lots of wood. I'm not sure if we leave stuff here and come by this way and try to go back under the bridge to possibly avoid the bear again, or do we keep carrying a bunch of extra stuff that we perhaps don't need to carry in the hopes that we can drop it in a prepper cache also. Okay, interesting. I think we're losing cabin fever here, which is good. Or do we go to the prepper cache and drop things there and hope it's there? I think we check the prepper cache, because I've never not seen it there. Well, we'll check that in the morning. Well, not in the morning, maybe at noon. Maybe later at noon. Yeah, so my only concern is what if the cache isn't there? That is the only concern that I have. Because I'm not 100% on it. Especially in this game mode. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt to leave stuff outside. So we can really just drop it under the rope if we need to. Okay. Short little naps. Short little naps and spurts. It's 21 days, huh? Four? Yeah, 4's fine. 4 hours is okay. We're really gonna have to drop in or dip into our marshmallow stock supplies for this. Which is why I really am considering doing detours to try to find some of those cargo containers. Yum, yum, yum. See if we can eat 3 more. Have a nice round number. I don't think so, but that's fine. Still have 3 more hours to sleep. Delicious tea. Delicious, delicious tea. Okay, so. Drink some of this water. Kind of salty about pulling this unpotable water too early. Okay. I don't remember which way is the exit. I think maybe to the left, behind. And also, it sounds... Oh, now I'm completely... You know what? We'll use the bedroll. I'm completely turned around. Oh, didn't even need to use the bedroll. Okay, mid-morning. Let's see the temperature and the weather.
Too heavy.
Acceptable. This is acceptable, especially if the prepper cache is there. Yeah. Just be prepared for wolves. As long as we can keep hugging this rightward hill. Okay, just wanted to make sure it wasn't too windy. As long as we can keep hugging this, of course, Mackenzie, come on now. I don't like this wind. If I had known it was going to be windy, I'm not sure if I would have come outside. Yeah, we got to sprint. It's a shame, but we got to sprint. Oof. Come on. There we go, flat. If not for this wind, I'd be very happy taking a small detour to go and check out that hunter blind. I don't know if I can trust it with this. Come on. Come on. There we go. Yeah, Olu over to the left. We just need to find the prepper cache ASAP. It shouldn't be far. Is it here? It is here. Okay, this isn't as far as I thought. A lot of sprinting. If we can take a nap in the cache, we will. And then we can decide whether or not we want to take a quick peek over to the hunter blind. I think we do. There shouldn't be wolves there. Firewood, I'll take it. And nothing else beside remains. Okay, I see the top of the hatch, we're good. Okay, nice.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
This actually might be my new favorite way to actually, to get to Timberwolf. Going up the river and across instead of trying to find the point of disagreement. I don't know if you remember, but the last time a challenge took us this way, I got lost. I definitely got lost. Was it sunny outside? No. I was hoping that we could start a fire with the magnifying lens. But I guess burning a match here isn't the worst thing in the world. It looks like it's not empty. Yeah, check it out. Check it out. That was a sneeze. Could you tell? Yeah, so it's windy. I think what we do is we nap for an hour after we search everything in here.
Never would have thought to look here.
For a cloth. Hello, handsome. What are you doing in these parts? That might be an upgrade over the windbreaker. That might indeed be an upgrade over the windbreaker. Anything up here? Anything down here? No.
Might have to drop some gear.
Crunchy stuff. My favorite kind of stuff. A book. My favorite kind of book. Yeah. I can hear the wind outside. Through probably 4 feet of concrete, 5 feet of ground, or 2 feet of solid steel hatch. Box, 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 nothing. Nothing. Seriously still stuck doing the Grave Pilgrimage Challenge? Laura's Place, you had better believe it. But I feel like we're halfway now. We have 3 of 5. 3 of 5, and we are just on the cusp of heading up to Timberwolf Mountain to get 4 out of 5. Okay. Food and water is meh. Let's nap for an hour and see if we can roll better weather. And then we'll check out the... What's it called? We'll check out the hunting blind. Actually, first, let's see if we can drop some stuff here. What can we drop? What do we not need to take with us? Definitely don't need the antiseptic. Actually, we're not going to use that at all. So, what can we do to be light? Drop you. Probably don't need the cooking pots when we're just hopping over there. Might as well keep this stuff. Clothing's fine. Ah, we have a bunch of... Ooh, fir firewood. That's very heavy. Okay, this is good. We are under carrying capacity now. We probably also don't need 13 coals. I'm thinking of what can we take up to Timberwolf? And what can we leave? Drop these guys. Which of these did we read? We read... We need Survive in Wilderness and Target. So we can drop Angler. Yeah, we read Angler. We read Field Dressing. And we're never going to use Practical Gunsmithing. Okay. Do we really need so many rosehip teas? Probably not, right? At least not going up there. What else would I dare drop? I think that's it for now. Yeah, I think that's all we drop for now. Okay, and weather's nice too. Let's do a quick cheeky hop over to the hunter blind. Yeah, the fun cleaning kit. Yeah, we should drop that too. Because, of course, there is 0% probability that we find anything fun over in Timberwolf. 0%. There's an awoo somewhere behind us. You said what you said and you weren't wrong. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Actually, this weather is... 1, I forgot to check the Simple Parka's stats. But 2, the weather is so nice. I think we do a very quick detour over to the airplane. And... just a candy bar. And see if there's any airline food over there. Very quick detour. Or... yeah, it's only noon. But... no detour to the airplane. It's probably farther than I remember, and there's probably wolves around it. At least that's what I'm telling myself. So instead, we're going to squirt straight up to Timberwolf. I think we should be able to make it to the cabin in one go. It is only noon. It is only noon. The one concern is we're low on water. Do we have any drinkables right now? I guess we have tons of stuff that we could drink in a pinch. Like all that tea. Although it is only noon. It is only noon. And I'm wondering, do we nap for one more hour? The last time I got cheeky about being stingy on the naps going up a rope, it didn't end well for us. I think we nap for one more hour. Yeah, let's save the... We can drink an acorn coffee. No, but well, let's nap to warm up first. We'll warm up. The day will warm up. And all good things can come to pass. So, sleep an hour. It sounds windy outside, though. Why does it sound so windy outside? I don't like it. Okay, it's still fine. So we'll drink our acorn coffee. Fingers crossed that does give us fatigue reduced. Aha. Okay, I think we're in a good spot. This is a good position to be entering Timberwolf with. If the day continues to be nice, I think what we do first is we try to get onto the hills above Crystal Lake. Because if you remember, there are 2 containers on those hills. 2 containers. Couple sticks. Never know when you'll need to light a fire. Without tinder. I cannot believe how little health we have right now. It's kind of insane. I think the thing that I would like to find most right now is a cargo container full of pants and a cargo container full of food. If we find a cargo container full of water, I think I'll be mad. Because we don't need water. Oh, we could also do with a cargo container full of coffee and tea. Coffee and tea, herbal style. Come on. Give me the next region. There we go. And let's be prepared just in case. Just in case of you know what. Fingers crossed, no actual Timberwolves. Or heavy hammers or pry bars. Not even going to comment. Not even going to comment. Yeah, so we're going to go pretty much, instead of turning right and going right of the landing gear, we're going to go skew left a little bit. We'll skew left of them a little bit, and that will take us here. We're like somewhere around here. We want to cross over this water, and on the hills up here is what I'm looking for. Those hills should have cargo containers. But hey, you know what? It's entirely possible that no wolves have even spawned in. I've said it before, a girl can dream. There's probably a wolf guarding that container, though. Knowing my luck, anyway. Yeah. Okay. Looking good so far. Yeah, we don't want to go up there. I think we want to go maybe through that pass over here. Over on the left. Like over here. Maybe. I'm not very familiar with all the wolf spawns over in the western side of this map. Which is where the game has spat us out. Okay, there's our eventual destination. Oh, buddy, buddy! That's where I want to go. Huh. I guess that decision's made for us. Let's see if we can sneak through over here. How rude. Okay, checking for the marshmallows. And unzipping an empty backpack, as is our habit. Now I'm wondering, do we even bother with any of these airplane containers? Because I can't think of any other that are extremely convenient. Yeah, something awoo over there. It's a good thing we didn't go through those hills. We might really be threading this needle going out this entrance. Usually there's wolves on this lake, but they seem to be surrounding it. Anything on the right? Yeah, they're usually more over to the left here. But I have seen a wolf on the hill directly behind us, past this rock to the right. Yeah, we got friends. We got buddies over there. Do we have over here? No. No marshmallows. Okay, let's just hop inside and see if we get anything nice inside. Ooh, marshmallows. I guess the grave is somewhere over by the fishing cabin. Also, there's a wolf by the fishing cabin. Why is there a wolf by the fishing cabin? Which one of you put that wolf by the fishing cabin? Over there. That could be a problem. That might be a problem. Alright, do we have a superfluous mountain rope? We do. Okay, show me something good here, please. Like, can I not waste 2 matches trying to close a door game?
I think I can use this.
Wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? Oh, and of course there are no arrows back here. Which really means... Ooh, tin of sardines is hiding behind here, though. Give it to me. Which really means there's nothing here. Ski jacket.
Being useful.
I think we eschewed the ski jacket for the windbreaker. Coffee, and there's a decent amount of food, though. Okay, you know what? I'm kind of okay with this. Corpse with computer found these coordinates. Couldn't be local, pitiable. I don't know why this is a memento hint, because there's nothing in this chasm cave worth getting. Okay, tons of firewood. Tooth, don't need it. Accelerant, might as well take it. Anything up here? No. Anything over here? No. Nothing on the beds. Nothing probably in the workbench. Nothing in the workbench. Matches, spray paint, and book. Okay, so this is kind of a wash. I think while the getting is good, I think we grab this. First we grab this marshmallow, and then I think we grab this grave as fast as we can. Where are those crows? Yeah, that wolf over there is a little bit too close for comfort. Especially because I don't see the gravesite anywhere here. There it is. Hey, this mark is nowhere near that gravesite. That is misleading. That is false advertising. You know what? It's warm enough. What if we just leave? What if we just get the grave, check the fishing cabin, and then just leave? No one's stopping us. Alright, snag you. Why couldn't you hold out? Why couldn't I let go? Are you at rest? Is there sky above you where you are? Well, presumably, if you've been buried in a grave, no, there isn't sky above you. But that's kind of the point of a grave. Or even a burial cairn. Like a stack of stones. How far away can Buddy see us from is the question. Let's sneak up here. And let's sneak around the corner. I feel like he'd see us if we weren't sneaking here. Okay, what do we got? Toque, don't need it. Storm Lantern, that might be an upgrade. Scrawled message, another memento hint. We are not going over there. Marine Flare, this was worth it. This was already worth it. Sewing kit, don't really need it. Okay, that was fine, I guess. Okay. And we are, I think, out of here. I think we just leave. Yeah, all the wolves that are usually on the north side of this lake have decided to troll me over here. They've decided to troll me up on that hill. They've decided to troll me on the way up to the hill. The reason I'm going this way so aggressively is to maybe find some marshmallows. And wouldn't you know it? We are going to have to decide on dropping some things. Probably a whole bunch of this firewood that we've picked up, and tinder. Yeah, 2 exits. We want to go up the stubby exit. So not this one. Probably run into a wolf on the left if we go up that direction. Risking life and limb for marshmallows. Well, this is a Canadian camping simulator. And s'more is life. S'more is love. S'more is a tiny little Victorian child without enough soup. Please, sir, can I have s'more? Oh man, we missed a bunch on the way in here. You know what? Finding all of these marshmallows in this lake, I'm kind of not mad at finding an airline container full of food. I'm kind of okay with that now. Oh, there's even more, I think. There is. Or I suppose I should say, there are. Okay, life is good. Oh my goodness. How did I miss all of these beautiful, delectable little guys over here? Focused more on the ooze. It is true. Oh my god. I don't know if you guys have your headphones on. I'm hearing ooze from all over the place. Like in that direction, in that direction, in that direction. So much so, I think we're going to preemptively light this torch. Oh, this is actually amazing. I always have trouble finding the landing gear leaving Crystal Lake, but we can just follow the footsteps because we've been so fast here. And as long as the awoos haven't been so ambulatory, it should be safe too. Okay, he's still over there. As long as there's no buddies over here. Yeah, this should be good. And there's the landing gear. Fantastic. Hup. Hup, 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 hup. Fan. Flip-flop-and-tastic. Okay, so we're heading back. We're picking up some hips. You know what?
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
We have so much stuff. And maybe even with all of these marshmallows, so much food. Do we completely bypass Thompson's Crossing that I almost called Hunter's Crossing again? That being the town that's in Pleasant Valley. I think we don't even go into that town. Despite how warm we are and how nice everything is, I am going to continue juggling these torches. Just because that'll save us a match, lighting a fire, because we do need more water. We're getting pretty low on water. So we didn't find an arrowhead. That means there's no real point, well, there isn't the main point of going back to the barn where we dropped all that stuff, particularly the gut and the... You could, because you're going to be going by the town and the coastal highway, and the gas station also has a decent amount of goodies. That's another good point. And the gas station maybe has a lower chance of having wolves outside of it. I think the chance of there being wolves outside of the community center in Thompson's Crossing, I almost called it Hunter's Crossing again, I think that probability is very high. I think the gas station we're going to have better luck in. But to continue the thought from before, the only reason why I would think about going back to that barn where we dropped all that stuff is for that coal. But I think there's enough shelter. I think there's enough shelter sprinkled between here and the Ricken. I don't think we'll need that many coals to warm us up if we get stuck outside in bad weather. In fact, no. The next place over, the next cave, it's too far away. It's too far away to do some coffee boosting and head there tonight. And the walk along the eastern side of this map, this is a long, long walk. And it's definitely going to get dark by the time we get there. So let's hope we get better weather tomorrow. Well, good weather tomorrow. I'm okay with this weather. Can Mackenzie keep a torch lit down a mountaineering rope? First, we can drop whichever... this is almost full. We'll drop the not full one. And that's enough. So let's go down before we get too tired to continue. Yeah, going down, always a pleasure. Especially with crampons. Yeah, there we go. That's the sprain risk we were looking for. Okay. I either hear paw pads or I hear the crackling of the torch. I think it's the torch. Okay, let's start a fire. Let's get some water going. Torch. I guess we could use a stick. Books are for emergencies only. When we've got to get the fire down stat. And yeah, we picked up a bunch of How much firewood did we drop inside
Come on.
the prepper cache? What do we have on us right now? Oh, it failed. I was confused. I was like, why am I getting this menu for adding things to a fire? It's not the right menu. It's because it failed, Mackenzie. Is that a vintage toaster? Probably not. Probably not. Unless it's a clanker that was
Turned out pretty well.
moderated before I saw it. Yeah, book, coal. We'll do a bunch of these sticks. And inside the prepper cache, there's a whole bunch of firewood. So we'll grab that to put some shrimps on the Barbie. I really only need, say,
I would drink almost anything about
somewhere
that.
between 4 and 6 liters. I would like... There was more fir firewood, wasn't there? Yeah, there was. It's here. I like to burn fir firewood first because it's... I think cedar firewood
Too much stuff to carry.
has more burn time for the carry weight. And it's also split up in half kilograms instead of full kilograms. Alright. You can get out of here. And you... yeah, the fur first. Add you. That is a ton of firewood. Oh, I forgot to pick up the cooking pots. Silly me. Silly, silly me. Talk about a rookie mistake. You know what? We might as well just pick up everything. Coal, coal, coal. T. We're going to be walking slow, but we're also not going to be walking extremely far. So we can still decide what we want to drop before we really head out. Okay, first order business. We put a half liter on because we are quite thirsty. Select. And indeed, we can actually do the water that we already melted. Ah, which means... What was that noise? What was that noise? Nothing. Must have just been a fire noise. Okay. So, we definitely spend the night in the
Man,
prepper
leave something
cache.
behind.
Cabin, we're still getting cabin fever. What if we spend the night in this shack? Well, we can at least spend a little time. We have a ton, and I mean a metric imperial, multiply those together, ton of burn time here. And I don't actually want to lug around all this cedar firewood. Even this fir firewood. All we need is a few sticks to start the fire, and coals to light it, and warm us up. But we do need to be extremely, and I mean extremely careful, to not accidentally sleep for so long and let the fire go out. Terrible things would happen. I would trust that tomato soup, but only after I cook it. Fire-hardened arrows too. I could do fire-hardened arrows. The problem there being, there are no rabbits, so there's nothing to hunt with them. But that's actually a good point. I completely forgot about fire-hardened arrows. Completely 100%. Oh, but also, we haven't found a hatchet or a hunting knife to even make the bow with. So, this is definitely a cursed seed for this run, for this challenge. Oh, and you know what? While we're here... Okay, ski jacket, multiply by 5, probably goes something like 2.5 Celsius, 2.5 Celsius. The simple parka... Oh, no, it's... The simple parka would only be 2 Celsius, 2 Celsius. That's actually not very good. I was hoping we found something better. But the ragged ski jacket. Is that better than a windbreaker? I think it's going to be better than a windbreaker. How many cloth do we have? We have 6 cloth. We can at least start to repair it. Make sure this tomato soup doesn't kill us. Certainly. We cooked it, right? Okay, we're fine. We're fine. No food poisoning here. Couldn't be us. Food poisoning could never be us. Okay, and how long are you? 23 until melted. We can do 2 more liters here. All right, here's what we do. We quaff an herbal tea. And we nap for 1 hour. Feels like 21 Celsius. It only feels like 21 Celsius? That's kind of rough. That's kind of rough. On the plus side, nothing can blow out the fire here. So even if a blizzard rolls up, we shouldn't be immediately dead. Okay, you're not even boiled yet. But yeah, this ski jacket... Didn't we drop a ski jacket earlier? We decided it wasn't as good. But looking at these numbers... 19% condition, it should be basically multiplied by 5. Oh, that's why. Multiply by 5, and we get not 2.5 and 2.5, we get 2 and 2. And so a fixed ski jacket is better than that. Or is it? Or is it? No, 2 and 2 would be better. What did we have? What jacket did we have earlier that was like 1 degree and 2? And so we decided to drop it for the windbreaker and the Mackinac. I don't know if anyone remembers. Okay, but we might as well chunk on a bunch of this fuel. Just to get the temperature up even higher. But you had better believe that there is no way in hell that I'll be sleeping for more than 1 hour at a time out here. Even at plus 45 degrees Celsius from this fire. Ain't no way.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Okay. Yeah, let's start repairing this. 40 minutes for repair. It's kind of an expensive repair. 2 cloth. Can't do it too many times if we fail. Yeah, so this is 50%. It'll be easier to estimate the percent. Yeah, it's 2 Celsius, 2 Celsius. Not even 2.5. Okay, but 2 Celsius, 2 Celsius is a total of 4. Whereas the windbreaker is 3.5. Yeah, this will be better once we repair it. It will be better. Is there anything we can cook here? Ah, coffee. Cook all this coffee. Because to be honest, if we get good weather, I think it would be a good idea to coffee boost all the way to the Ricken. Just to not have to spend another night, spend more calories, and risk running into infinite blizzards. Okay, so this will be ready. We'll pop that off, and then we'll sleep for an hour, and see if we're frozen to death. Oof. Yeah, with this, that can of coffee up at Crystal Lake was a really good find. That was a really good find, actually. Okay. And let's do... because the coffee is going to take a lot of water to cook. We should be good for an hour here, right? Yeah, certainly 6.5 hours. This won't burn out and kill us by making it too cold, right? Certainly. Okay. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, feels like 40 Celsius. This is fine. Now let's hit this coffee. Get all this coffee. So that's 10 minutes. I guess we can break one of these down. Actually, no, this is a good wool toque. It's slightly better than the one we're wearing. Slightly better. So we'll break down this wool toque. Harvest. That's not a boil off sound, right? Yeah, that's fine. Get you guys, cook more. I think it should be two more coffees and then the tin is done. The tin is done for. And we can drink. Yeah, so the tin's done. After those are. Is there anything else we can harvest here? Not really. Eventually the windbreaker. But that'll take too long. And we can't repair this because I'm afraid of the coffee boiling off. It probably wouldn't. But better safe. How many cloth do we have? It's 4 cloth to a full refill of that jacket. Ah, you know what? We can make more tea. But that's 15 minutes. We can do this. Make the coffee ready, and then we can do hips. Prepare. Prepare 1 hip. A single lonely hip. But it does not fib. All right, 5 hours on that. Okay. I think water-wise, like raw water, we are fantastic. Drinkables, I think we're very good. I think we're very good on drinkables. Edibles, 38 cattail stalks. Call that 40, that is almost 6,000 calories. Yeah, I think we can do this. So let's start hour by hour. We want to check the fire for time after every hour. Because I will be damned if we die now. If we die now because we didn't let the fire continue burning. There's so many things to check when you're sleeping outside to make sure you don't die. It's overwhelming. Okay, 5 hours still. And the weather is holding so far. The weather is holding. At this rate, with our sleep, we'll wake up at the crack of dawn. That's not when I want to leave. It's going to be too cold. 4 hours. Wait, 4.5 hours. If we sleep for an hour, how much time is left? 4.5 hours. No, 4 hours and 30 some odd. How much time? 4 hours and 3. So somehow, each sleep we do only does a half hour burn time if we sleep for an hour. Interesting. Okay. Bad weather is rolling in. In fact, that might be a blizzard. Let's wait for this weather to roll in and see exactly how cold it gets. I'm still not comfortable, and we're taking these cooking pots. I'm still not comfortable with actually falling asleep right now. Yeah, air temperature 30 Celsius, and that is with a plus 62 Celsius bump. So the air temperature here would be minus 30 Celsius. If we fall asleep without... Yeah, if we fall asleep without a fire next to us, I think it would immediately kill us. Let's repair. Yeah, we have time. Of course, 85% chance of success, and it fails on a 2 cloth cost thing. Why am I not surprised? Alright, I would like to get one more repair out of this. But to do that, we'll have to harvest the windbreaker, which is currently giving us 3.2, and this would currently give us, yeah, about the same. So we'll harvest you. We will check the fire. We will check the feels like temperature. And we will repair the ski jacket. Cross our fingers. Okay, good. Wear the ski jacket. Yeah, wear it on the outside. Alright, clothing-wise, how's the clothing doing? Yeah, still all high percentage. But we also have no cloth. We have one cloth. Ah, but we can break this down. Because for whatever reason, the simple parka is actually not that good. So harvest that, 20 minutes, and now we have 3 cloth, which is a good amount. Okay, check the fire time again. That's the last cedar. Do we dare? I think I would rather go inside and sleep than risk outside. Water-wise, yeah, water is... We are A-okay for drinkables. Yeah, so if the fire goes out, what does it feel like? Feels like minus 57 degrees Celsius. Ah, man. Okay. And that's with our clothing. Without the clothing, add the air temperature and wind chill, it would feel like minus 78 degrees Celsius. Which is...
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
That's getting close to liquid hydrogen temperatures, I think. Isn't liquid hydrogen something like 180 degrees Kelvin or 180 Kelvin? And minus 78 degrees Celsius is something like 200 Kelvin? That is, it's close. It's dangerously close. Okay, but we're fine. We're fine. We'll sleep our fill now. Eat our fill first. And by then, it should be at least noon. If not early afternoon, it should be at least around noontime. If the weather is good and visibility is good, I don't think we stop until we hit the cave. And if we get lucky on the other side of the cave, we might not stop until we hit that abandoned overlook that's at the top of Coastal Highway. Okay, but I can't see. I guess there's no harm in just... Oh, that's the entrance. Here. Okay, here's the bed. I still don't trust it for more than a couple hours at a time. Still don't trust it. Somehow it'd find a way to use the blizzard to freeze us. I think we can probably sleep for an hour. I also... Now, when we were inside and I heard the wind before, there was no wind outside. I don't know if the wind I'm hearing now is that or if it's not. If it's a trick or if it's real. Sleep for one more hour. The wind sounds different right now. I think the blizzard has ended. Okay. Yeah. Alright, I think we drop all this water, and that should get us down to fast moving speed. We have enough things to drink otherwise. The next time we start a fire, we can do some warming up in case we need it. 2 torches. I kind of wish I pulled some torches from that fire that was going. But I forgot. Might as well drop the firearm cleaning kit. We're never going to find one. Oh, what a shame. We're also never doing any crafting. So, no, you know what? It's not impossible that we could do some crafting on the Ricken, is it? That would be kind of a meme. But we don't have the gut, so let's drop the saplings. I hope I don't end up regretting this. And also all the crow feathers, except for maybe like 3. This is when decisions are being made. Real decisions are being made here. Alright, clothing's fine. These guys are fine. Burnables, we don't need any of the tinder. Plenty of matches. Which one of these did we read? Okay, so we read this one. Might as well drop. Drop the ones we've already read. Hey, hold on. Have these always said research already completed if you read the book? I don't remember ever seeing that before. And I remember when we were doing survival mode, always having to check and go back and forth to see if I'd finished a book before I dropped it or burned it. Well, you learn something new every day, I suppose. Okay, we're never gunsmithing. We're never firing an arrow. We're probably not fishing again, but we might as well keep it. Might need to burn it. Yeah, this is light enough. This is light enough that we can leave. Okay. What's the weather situation? Ooh, the wind chill is killing us. Actually, it's kind of cold air temperature-wise, too. Let's see. Wait, wasn't there a third thing I had here? Oh, it was probably the over-encumbered. I remember that always being there, so it feels confusing when there's less than 3 things. Well-fed, sure footing, and sprain risk. Okay, so let's figure out how we want to get out of here. I think the safest way is to go around the edge of this cliff, back to the cave, and then back up the river. Also possibly find some more marshmallows. It does 2 things for us. It avoids any bears on the road, at least until we get to the bridge. It also avoids the wolves that I for sure heard in these hills. The only question that I have that I'm not sure of, is there a way to actually walk up the bank that's under the river? That I don't know of. Is there a way? I think as cold as it is, I think we can make it to the cave. And that's a secondary benefit of going in that direction. Oh, did it just get windier? No, the wind chill is... Oh, because we're wind defended. Let's see how cold it is outside of the wind chill, or outside of the wind guard. And more importantly, we can start a fire. Good. Can we? Yeah, we can start a fire. Wind chill. Situation. Yeah, the wind is getting worse. So let's get a flare ready instead of just... That's a wolf. That's a wolf in the way. Is there a better way? Is there a better way? Ah, that wolf is not in the way. Because I want to go over here. And that wolf is over there. Things are looking up. Things are definitely looking up. The biggest downside of going this direction is I really, really don't know if it's possible to get from this stream bed that we're about to be going down over to the river. I don't know if it can be done. I don't know if it's cliffs. I don't know if it's too steep. But at the very least, we need to try to warm up over here in this cave first. Because this wind is killing us. Especially because it's making us walk so damn slow. Mackenzie, you're supposed to be unencumbered and fast and light on your feet. Yeah, I hear you, bud. I hear you back there. You best not catch you tripping. I think we need to wait for better weather. Because between here and the cave, there is not a lot of cover or shelter. There's maybe a couple of burned out houses, probably with a wolf around it. Let's try to nap for an hour. Please, better weather. Please, better weather. Oh, you know what? I forgot to confirm that we did indeed. Yeah. Timberwolf Mountain checkmark, Desolation Point, the Ricken, the last one. Alright, pick up the bedroll. I don't hear anything outside. But that's not always worth a lot. We're down to 4,500 calories of marshmallow stock. Oh, come on, Tadeo. Come on. You know the wolves are going to try to get at least a lick or two in. Ooh, it's still very windy. Oh, that is very windy. Let's see if we are... What's the wind chill like here? Yeah, I think that's too cold. Toggles. I don't know what a toggle is. But I suppose if you like it, that's fine. Okay, I think we... It's mid-afternoon. I think we just have to burn a little bit of time here. For example, reading a book about field dressing your kill. Now that's going to take too long. 10 hours? Ain't nobody got that kind of time. The fire starting, maybe. Oh, the model impressions. Or expressions. Yeah, I think soon, maybe after we finish this other challenge, I might spend some time... Ooh, that sounds like the wind stopped. Or at least is better. Doesn't actually seem like it, though. I might actually spend some time doing some upgrades on the mouth situation and the muzzle situation. Yeah, this amount of coldness is probably okay. It's probably okay, because we can always start a fire if we need to. Yeah, here in Awu, very far to the west. Although very far by audio probably only means medium far as the crow flies. Okay, but the money that we're looking for, the money shot, is going to be... Do we have some way up on this cliff? Gonna lurk again. Lurk again like the StarCraft 1 upgrade of a Hydralisk. For all of you who are playing real-time strategy games back in the late 90s. Ooh, that... I don't know if I would say for sure this is climbable on the left here, but I don't know if I would say for sure it's not. It's looking promising. It's looking promising. We do have to keep an eye out for the bear, though. How steep is this? It actually looks kind of steep. But can we somehow cheese our way up of it? Up of it? Who says that? Can we cheese our way up it? No. No, I don't think we can do this unless go up here and then to the right and then... No. No, we need to find another way. Maybe here. This is the way we came down after all. It doesn't want us to go up. But will it definitely stop us? Is the question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's possible. I think that's possible. Okay, we're going to sneak up on the right side, get as far up as we dare. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then cut over. 7, 8. Ooh, ooh. Nailed it. Nailed it. Sketchy, but nailed it. Now, please don't jump scare bear. I would have preferred the bear to be over in that direction. Oh, oh. I don't hear any bear noises. So let's kind of try to hop down here. Please don't break an ankle. Okay, it's not far. Not far. Okay, this situation is looking quite promising. Unless... No. It just so happened that there's a particularly brown patch of rock, and the way that the grass in the middle of the screen is on that ridge makes it look like bare legs. But I think we're okay here. Let's go up and make sure there's nothing waiting on the other side of the ridge. Oh man. Oh man, oh man. How far are we clear though? Because it's the late part of the day. This is the warmest part of the day. It's not windy. We have great visibility. I don't think I could have asked for a better setup right now. Heading into this area. Well, there is one thing that's possible. There could be a wolf. We don't have any scent marks, so probably not, but there could be a wolf up over that ridge. Where's Winnie the Pooh? Where actually is Winnie the Pooh? As long as the answer is not here, I think I don't care about anything more detailed. I think I don't care about anything more detailed. Okay, so we have somewhere between 5 and 7 cups of coffee on our person. The only thing stopping me from walking straight through the night all the way to Desolation Point is I think we left a little bit too late in the day to do that. If we left around noon, I would for sure be trying to one-shot this. But as it is, I think we're going to have to find some place in Crumbling Highway. Okay, possible wolf somewhere near this busted up house. Let's keep an eye out. When we were doing the, I think the Sleep 3 Days Everywhere challenge, the only time I got attacked by a wolf was right out here. Because I got a little bit arrogant and a little bit too spicy when I was checking what was inside that other house. And spoiler alert, it wasn't worth it. Okay, what you got? You got some crates, you got a stove, and literally nothing else. Okay. Okay, we should be clear for at least a while. It's getting cold, though. It's getting cold. Yeah, we're not going to make it past the mine anyway. So let's sprint. While it's cold, let's sprint. And we can spend the night in the mine and roll for weather tomorrow morning. If the weather's nice, you know what happens. But for now, because the weather isn't nice and we're not going to be rocking these, I guess it's 8 coffees, we'll drink some tea to keep hydrated. I think between the tea, the coffee, and the acorn coffee... Oh, no, is that acorn coffee? No, that was herbal tea. The rosehip tea, the herbal tea, and the coffee. I think we're good on water. I hope we're good on water. Where is this bear? Where did Winnie the Pooh go? I suppose he continued to go up on the plateau. Okay. Just want to be careful coming around all these corners. I bet there's a revolver and a rifle in that car, but I'm not going to go and find it. I'm not going to go and search it, I mean. So that car is here. And so our cut to the left is going to be right soon. Yeah, I recognize that bush. There's going to be a fence or something to the left. And normally there's a whole bunch of rabbits here. But apparently, they've all been eaten. This is what happens when you allow a predator to grow unchecked in its population. But there's also an evolutionary, it's not evolutionary, but an ecological principle. That once the predators eat too much of the prey, of course they're going to starve. And when that happens, population will decrease and the prey population will increase. So I don't know if you guys can tell by looking at the snow, but the wind, it's doing its best to pick up. It's trying to get us. It's trying to catch us out in the middle here. Yeah, so if you see that sign, it's like barely a pixel in front of us. That should be the sign that leads to the mine. If Winnie the Pooh is in front of this mine and body blocking us, I'm going to be so mad. I don't think we're going to make it in terms of the temperature gauge. So I think for safety, just to make sure for sure, let's pop a quick squat behind this rock. And let's just toss a quick fire on. Don't even need the book. This will be one of our coals. We have 13 coals. Certainly we'll pick up more coals in this mine. I think we'll be okay.
Come on.
I think we'll be very okay. Okay.
That did it.
Not light. What can we burn here? Just a coal. Just a coal. And one more stick. Okay, and let's sit here so we warm up. Yeah, still a little bit of wind chill, huh? A little bit of wind chill. But not so much. I don't think we need a full temperature gauge to head out from this. But I suppose while we're here, maybe we try to sneak in a cheeky half-liter of water. Yeah. That's good. Nothing snuck up on us, right? Yeah, let's drink that. And hell, while we're at it, why don't we grab some torches? So I don't forget this time. We can actually use these in the mine. That's a good torch. One more. Alright, let's see if we can make it with this. Okay. Okay, looking good. Looking pretty good. So we can go through the mine, probably with these torches, and by that time we should be close to aligning the wake up with dawn. Of course, we don't want to actually go out at dawn, so we might do some reading. We might do some reading. If we can leave at noon tomorrow, I think we can one-shot it. I think we can one-shot it if we can do that. I'm just worried about wolves in a handful of places. I think possibly, well, I actually don't, I'm not very familiar with the hills above the coastal highway that this mine is going to spit us out in. So I'm a little bit worried there. But usually I feel like we don't see wolves in that area. For sure, I'm concerned about wolves in the crumbling highway because they're almost always in the way. And I'm also worried about wolves in the at Desolation Point on the road from the lighthouse to the entrance. So basically from the entrance to the lighthouse, I'm worried about wolves. And of course, maybe there's a moose. It would be extremely rude for a moose to appear, though, after not appearing for this whole time. Okay, let's sneak inside this mine. A little creep, creep, creep. And what have we got? Another firearm cleaning kit. Wouldn't you know it? You know what? Just because there were 3 coals in that crate I'm gonna forgive that firearm cleaning kit for being there. But it was very rude of it. So that's what? It has to be 7 or 8 firearm cleaning kits. And 0 firearms. It wouldn't surprise me if no weapons spawned at all. And the only way to get them would be to first forge arrowheads, which I could have done if I had been thinking ahead. Or, actually, yeah, just forging arrowheads, I think is probably the only way to do it. So I kind of am beating myself up. Life would be so much easier with some forged arrowheads. We could hunt wolves, we could fight back against wolves. We could harvest wolves with the hacksaw. Yeah, this is probably enough coal for the rest. But I can't help myself.
Something's gotta go.
One of these is a dead end. With a man. Man and nothing. Okay, I think we ignore coal from now on. We've got to have something like 20, right? 25 coals. That's definitely more coals than we need. That is a full day and a little bit of burn time. Okay. Do we have anything in here? Some scrap metal, don't need it. What do you have? Show me that which you possess. Cloth will take because we're kind of low on it. I don't anticipate needing more cloth for any reason whatsoever. But if somehow we manage to survive a wolf mauling, we might be grateful for it. Not that I'd be planning on surviving such a thing. Okay, show me some more empty locked lockers. Show me. And that, I thought it was the nub of a flare, but a granola bar is fine too.
Take this food.
Yeah, you'll take this food. In Soviet Russia, food takes you. Alright, clompity clomp. Look at all these attractive looking coals. But as Mr. Darcy said of whoever that bent in Pride and Prejudice is, not handsome enough to tempt me. Is this a dead end? Yeah. I want to check the dead end for the man. The man with the... I was going to say plan, but he doesn't even have a plan. Come on. Okay, the second storage area in this mine. And surely there's more goodies. We have another Survive the Outdoors book. We have more antibiotics. We don't need either of those things. Anything cheeky hiding underneath? Not as far as I can tell. And the toolboxes are usually slim pickings. I don't know why I bother most of the time. I think the detour, this place is like a donut here. I don't think there's anything worth looking for over here. Yeah, I don't think so. Not worth our time. Even though we're just going to go and sleep soon. Ooh, that sounds windy outside. I don't like that. I didn't like that one bit. Okay, the third storage area. More simple tools. We must have found at least four... That's another E-stem. This could come in clutch. That could very much come in clutch. Work boots. Now, these would be better than our trail boots, I think, if we had the effectively infinite amount of cured leather it would take to repair them. But we don't have that amount of cured leather. So instead what we're going to do is wonder why we're stuck against an invisible wall. And then we're going to do the comparison. So work boots are probably 2 Celsius, 1 Celsius. Whereas the trail boots, I think, are 1 Celsius, 1 Celsius. So the work boots would be better if we could repair them. But we can't. Well, I suppose we could harvest the boots. But if we fail on this repair, that would be a disaster. So let's not even consider the thought. Let's not even consider it. Couple cattails. Now, I don't anticipate running out of food completely, because we still have about a day's worth of food of cattail stalks. But even if we do, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. We have about 2,200 calories worth of teas on us. So that's good to remember as well. You're ruined. Drop. We're never finding anything to use that whetstone with. Okay, so if we slept now, we would wake up at like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. So let's read what we can. Probably isn't going to let us read anything. And this book will not bring our skill up enough to be worth reading. Drop. However, the cooking book is a different story, especially because we've already researched most of it. Let's see how cold it is outside. We might be able to squeak in a cheeky hour out here. That's going to be a hard no. That is way too cold. Where's the inside? Let me in. Let me in. Where the hell's the inside of the mine? I'm supposed to be right next to it. Okay, there. Okay, so we have 4 hours on the lantern, which is plenty of time for the next place over. I don't remember seeing a hobo barrel here. Is there a hobo barrel nearby? If there is, we could, in principle, light it. I don't think there is, though. So let's not worry about that. Let's not worry about that. Let's just take a quick nap. And I think we just have to holding pattern here for a while. And fingers crossed we get good weather in the afternoon tonight. Or tomorrow. As the case may be. Yeah, we're thirsty. I guess we could start on some of these reishis. I mean, rose hips. Certainly we're not going to drink... The rose hips are good in case we get food poisoning. But certainly we're not going to get more than 2 cases of food poisoning. Oh, here we go. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me getting more than 2 cases of food poisoning. Let me just fix something with a quickness. Scrunch. Oops. And click. Click. Okay. So we're still sleeping. Yeah. 2 hours. Cheeky little 2 hours. Oh, there we go. There we are. And rosehip. Okay, so one of these teas has about 1/4 of our thirst gauge. I was hoping for a little bit more. Not tired enough. But it's not so little that I'll complain about it. We do need to eat more. Yeah. Look at how rough this situation would be without these cattail stalks. And that is a lot of wind I hear outside. A lot of wind. Okay, I'm actually regretting not checking the river on the way back for more cattail stalks. I feel like that would have been a worthy small detour. Okay, let's check the weather outside. See if we can sneak in a cheeky little hour of reading. No. That's going to be a no from me, dog. Okay, so I think we just have to loiter. In bed. Past 2 hours. Cost us about 1.5 marshmallows. It's quite thirsty. Quite thirsty work laying around in bed. We don't need this many antibiotics. Oh, didn't mean to drop that. Give me back the tea. Give me back that tea. Where is it? Here. I feel like this is stressful. We're very close, but we're also in a somewhat sketchy position here. I think wait for 2 more hours, and then we'll sleep as much as we can. That should bring us to late morning. I hope it brings us to late morning. I probably should have drank some herbal... That sounds like a blizzard. Damn. Damn. Okay, well that is the exact opposite of what I was hoping to see. Yeah, we're really going through these rose hips. Maybe we do an herbal too. I want to save the coffees just in case we need to do a lot of fatigue re-getting. Pick this up. Let's hope against hope. Let's check the weather. Yeah, that's a proper blizzard. So, 1 more hour. One more hour. Not tired enough. Past time. Still hear it. Sleep. Come on, fingers crossed. Damn. Damn. Okay, I just have to believe in the marshmallow stalks. Not tired enough. Believe in them. There it is. That's the noise I was hoping to hear. Or not hear, as the case may be. So, what can we drop? We're not reading these books. And even then, there's no point. We're not going to be doing enough cooking or fire making for any change to be worth it. Okay. Get the flare ready, because we're not messing around out here. Okay, very nice. No wind. We follow the road. It'll eventually bring us by a firewatch tower. We'll check the firewatch tower, and then we'll continue down the road. That should leave us to close to the town. And once we're in the town, things with this much visibility, things should be, well, assuming there are no wolves in the town, things should be a little bit safer. If we have to, we can bypass the town. Yeah, this is where we just go, go, go. In fact, because we can drink coffee to get our thirst back, that's a wolf. Why is there a wolf where I want to go? Why is there a wolf here? Well, it looks like we're trying to go down the hill as soon as we can. I don't know if this is traversable over here. Ooh. No? No, that looks doable. That definitely looks doable. What's coffee? The first of 8. Okay. Oof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cut to the side so we don't jump down too far. 9, 10. There we go. There we go. Okay, we're still skewing around to the left. That's a dead end. So, the Overwatch is a bust. The wolf was guarding the Overwatch. So now all we can do is hope to get down to the town. Okay, I recognize these cabins. And I believe there's a possible wolf down that road. So I think we'll go downhill if at all possible. We'll check the cabin, but then we'll go downhill if we can. Of course, you know, that rope leads up to the Overwatch? No. My personal curiosity, I'm wondering if there's anything nice up in the Overwatch. But that is not the smart play. Going up there is not the smart play. Okay. Do we have anything nice in here? Mostly looking for a little bit of food just in case we get stuck inside in a blizzard again. Accelerant, I'll take it. Yeah, no food here, huh? How much cloth do we have? 4 cloth. Alright, so I was wondering if it'd be worth our time to break down this guy. But I don't think it is. Anything underneath here? No. No, this place is not got much worse much. Just a spray can, I suppose. Okay, let's warm up a little bit more. I kind of feel like I hear something of a wind outside. And I think we're somewhere over in this area here in the middle. I believe the town is over here. So if we cut down as, you know, aggressively down these hills, we'll hit the coast. Probably between the log sort and the town. Ah, but if that's the case, we'll pass by this rock. There's like a cave-in landslide here. On the other side of this rock, there is one car that in the past I have found a revolver in. What do you guys think the odds are? I'm going to go with pretty darn low. Okay, this is... As long as it's not crazy windy, it's probably enough warmth. Yeah, this is nice weather. This is pretty good weather. Okay. Now the question... How aggressively do we have to hop down these hills? And is there a wolf waiting for us? Okay, no wolf. But I don't like going over the top of these log wall things, because I feel like it's too far to drop without breaking an ankle. We'll try to sneak through. There we go. And we're just going straight downhill. Completely downhill. The only road I follow are asphalt. Okay, this is the landslide. So we're already here. Visibility is going lower, but visibility is still good enough, I think, that we can approach the town. If it was extremely foggy, I'd probably not approach the town, because if there's wolves infesting it, it will be all over the place. All over it. And that looks like a wolf pack. Okay, there is a wolf pack on the ice. So let's remember that is not viable. And unfortunately, one of the only times in the entire challenge run that we found something inside a car, it's a damn skill book.
This stuff will come in handy.
Well, might as well take it just for sentimentality's sake. Gun in the trunk? Who doesn't have trunk rifle in Canada, honestly? If the town looks clear... Yeah, lots of wolves on the ice there. So I'm hoping there are none in town. If the town looks clear, we will drop by the gas station. If it doesn't look clear, because there might be a bear somewhere around here, we might keep moving. I'm not seeing anything on the road. I'm not seeing anything over here on the right. I'm not seeing a bear on the left. Let's check the top of this hill, and then we might be clear here. I think the town is clear. Okay, fantastic. Flaptastic. I can't believe one of the only times we find something in a car and it's a frickin' steelbook. Okay. Let's not mess around out here for any longer than we have to. Trunk me. Every once in a while, there's a footstep noise after Mackenzie stops walking that is one of your own footsteps. It keeps messing with me. Okay. Check the inside here. You know what? We have such an abundance of lantern fuel here. We'll make this quick. More matches. Love to see it. Absolutely adore viewing it. More simple tools. Come on. I'm beginning to think that on this game mode, it's either the entire challenge or at least the cursed seed that we're currently on. I don't think any weapons spawn anywhere in the map. Like anywhere. Lots and lots of skill books, though. I don't think I've seen so many skill books. Okay. Things that I would enjoy seeing. Flares, emergency stimulants, energy drink. Those are, I think, are the only things that are possible to see that I would like to see. Another hacksaw.
Thank goodness.
And another whetstone. I still believe whetstones are completely useless. Completely useless. It occurs to me, though, that if you got lucky and found a heavy hammer early on into this challenge, you probably could go straight to Broken Railroad and do a little bit of forging. Get some arrowheads and maybe some improvised knives and hatchets. That might have been the smart thing to do. If I knew more about this challenge, I probably would have done that. Instead of running around hoping to find things that don't exist. Alright, I'm not even going to read this note, I'm just going to take it. Nothing. Okay, so this place was mostly a bust. A little bit of food. Actually, the food is not unwelcome. Speaking of, let's eat it. A single granola bar and a single bag of ketchup chips. And I suppose a couple of sodas that I won't be mad at. Okay. Weather's nice. Let's quaff a cough. And let's get the hell out of here. Prepare with a flare. Check the seats. Nothing. Check the seats. Nothing. Pros. Oh, I suppose there is a possible dead body on one of these hills to the right here. I remember I think it was the stock up for the blizzard challenge. I think that's where I found my hatchet. Otherwise it was impossible. And it might even be over there. Not worth the detour. We are laser focused right now. Absolutely. No distractions if we can avoid them. Especially as this fog starts to roll in. I want to get... Is that a bear? No, that's a wolf. I want to get past this village up here before visibility gets too bad, because there's a possible bear that starts over on that island and moseys his fat little way across into these buildings and comes around in this area here. So if that's avoidable, I would like to avoid it. Ah, this is the guy that might have a hatchet on him. You can tell because of the crows. Any bear noises? No bear noises. Probably. Yeah, why would a bear climb all the way up this hill? Where's our boy? Where's our man? Here he is. And of course, no hatchet. Oh, don't light. Mackenzie, come on now. What are you doing, bud? Yeah, no hatchet. No such luck. Well, it's not like I was really expecting it. If we catch a glimpse of the bear on the ice there, we'll know we're safe. But I don't see anything yet. If we needed food, that deer would be it, but we don't need food. Not so badly that we spend a half an hour on the ice hacking apart the frozen meat, when we have all these beautiful, glorious, delicious cattail stalks. Okay. So here's the concerning part. This hill, and what is possibly on the other side of it. Because this is the closest blind hill we have to go over to get past that bear's patrol area. See a bear over here? No. It could be anywhere. It could be you. It could be me. This is a very different topic, but if you enjoy decent, I don't know, character comedy, way back when Team Fortress 2 came out, Valve made a bunch of short little videos that introduced all of the characters in Team Fortress 2, which is basically the OG hero shooter. And they're quite funny. They're quite funny. Have I been playing for a while? Yeah, we are pushing 5 hours. But we're also pushing the end. As long as nothing crazy happens, Scarlet. As long as nothing too crazy happens, we're getting pretty close. In this challenge, the goal is to run around this frozen Canadian wasteland and visit a handful really, 5 different grave sites, all the while dying. Slowly at some times, faster during other times. But we're getting very close to the end of it. This is the region we're currently in. We just ran from the top middle, now we're running down on this road to the right side here. We started down here in the bottom middle, kind of a river delta area, went all the way over to the west, all the way over to the north, back to the middle, all the way up to the north, and now we're going back to the south. I guess not back to the southeast. We're going to the southeast to visit the final grave. And there are at least 2 or 3 places between us and that grave that may be infested with fluffy animals. And those fluffy animals will be trying to give us a hug. If they succeed, because we only have about, at most, a quarter of our health left. If those fluffy animals succeed in giving us a hug, it is game over. It is game over and we fail. To the point where, you know what, 5 flares? The first place is up here. Wolves around this bend, possibly. The second place, wolves past that rock over there, the cliff. You know what? I think we pop a preemptive flare. I am that worried about getting ganked here. I think we pop a flare. This should get us all the way through the crumbling highway. It should get us all the way into the cave. Oh, yep, I see paw prints. I see wolf. Do we go around? Yeah, we have to go around if we can. Okay, so as long as we don't jump on any wolf, we should be good to just go. Yep, there he is. Oh, he's closer than I thought he was. And there's another. I'm pretty sure that was another wolf hiding in the little deflate there. No, I think I was wrong about that. What I should have done is I should have gone into that cellar. But I didn't think, I thought there was a wolf already zoning us out. Are we playing solo today? Can you tell? Can you tell? The answer is yes. Second place, there could be a wolf right up here, pretty much beyond these rocks in front of us. As long as he's just chasing, we're okay. Or as long as he's walking behind us, we're okay. If he starts trying to close distance, we're gonna be in trouble. But I think we can just keep going. I think we can keep going here. Any wolf? Any wolf around the corner? Not so far. But that doesn't always mean anything. Jesus. Of course a wolf spawns in possibly the most inconvenient location to get through this area. Yeah, look at how long this flare lasts. And that is the place we go up. This is where we lose him for sure. I think we might have already, but this is where we do it for sure. Perfect. Any wolves here? No. Okay, we're safe. We are practically safe. There's a lot more flare left than I thought there would be. So, Scarlet. Scarlet's Rivers 003. Do you know anything about the Long Dark? Which is the game we happen to be playing currently? Okay, nothing here. Let's just go. Let's just go. Do a little bit of sneaking through the cave here, some spelunking. I would be terrified to crawl through these little cave holes. This was real life. Absolutely terrified. I think, yeah, that's a dead end, so we're not going that way. We're just heading straight through. And it shouldn't be too much farther. You cast sleep. This is not a good time to be sleeping.
There's got to be something useful in here.
So we are basically within spitting distance to the end of this challenge. I don't know about you guys. I can smell it, and it smells like Team Spirit. We sell artwork. You know, I never would have guessed. Although I will say this is a new script that I've not seen before. So kudos to you on that. You can tell that the script is decided that if it doesn't detect something it can respond to in a certain amount of time, it just goes on to the next thing. We'll swap two torches here. For some reason, the torch is much more illuminating than the flare. Okay, let's just keep it moving. Keep it moving. Literally, the only thing that could stop me now is a blizzard. I'm not even going to check that drawer. There's literally nothing that it could tempt me with. I will also say, in this challenge, the number of times that I've been going somewhere and there's been sudden animal paw prints in the same direction that I'm trying to go, it's way too high, man. It's way too high. And somehow we keep ending these things in Desolation Point. Well, we haven't ended it yet. But we do keep ending up here. Okay. Yeah, so there's a way over to the stone church in that direction. You can stay up in the hills. But I've been body blocked by a wolf going up that way before. So let's go down to the riverside. Agnes Oval. Because the road is going to give us a longer view distance. There is still a risk that we get ganked from the right-hand side. But there's less of a risk that we get ganked from straight ahead. And you know what? We kept this torch for a reason. To make sure it doesn't go out in an inopportune moment. And actually... Ooh, I hear an awoo. What direction is that? Can't tell. Okay, we're going. Any wolf? No wolf. My money says there's going to be wolves out front of the lighthouse. But we're not going to the lighthouse, we're going to the Ricken. Isn't there supposed to be a car on this road? There it is. You see, I always walk less far compared to how far I thought I walked. Okay. Are any wolves trying to gank us here at the very end again? Yep. Give me inside, please. Jesus. This frickin' game. They really need to change it so that extinguish the thing keeping wolves from eating you is a different button from enter the place that will keep you safe from the wolves. And I also really hate how you can't turn around in the car, because I know he's somewhere behind me, but I don't know where. Do we risk a look? I think we have to risk a look. Okay, over there. Do we just try to scare him off? I think he's just gonna camp there. We have to scare him off. Unless... Okay, he's coming this way. Okay, I think we made it. If we can get down to the ice here, we can go around the long way. No, this is clear. I was afraid there'd be wolves down here, because sometimes there are. We should be fine to go around on the ice on the shore. Yeah. Yeah, this should be good. This should... Ooh. Jesus. Jesus H. for Jesus and Mary. Actually, you know what? We don't even have to go all the way around. We can probably go under the bridge here. Why are there always wolves trying to gank me at the entrance to the lighthouse? I've never seen them there before, and then it's like 2 challenges in a row. Oof. Man, did we luck out with this weather today, or did we luck out? Okay. Still checking all my corners. That's a moose. Why is there a moose here? Why is there a moose here? I'm getting bullied. This is bullying. We should be around, though. The one quasi-peaceful animal we see is a frickin' moose. And of course it's the most inconvenient moose possible. That's a wolf. While he's moving up, let's go across. Okay. Now where the hell's the damn Ricken? It's right over there. Let's not get too close to Mr. Moose. Okay, well, you know what? We really nailed the time of day to end this,
Nice,
didn't we? Screenshot. Screenshot. Yeah, talk about threading the needle. You know what? Let's just do a little bit of sprinting, just in case that moose decides to be ornery. Oh, and it's right here. Oh, do we do more screenshots? I think we do. Moose is still over there, right? Yeah. Haha. Haha. Oh my goodness, I'm so proud. So proud. This is like taking this, it's my equivalent of taking a selfie. I guess we don't, yeah, we don't need to, you don't need to tempt fate anymore, I think. Maybe I'll turn it into a thumbnail eventually. Okay. Where's the grave? The world falling away. Did you know already somehow? Before you left us? The lights, they just go on. 24 days, 6 hours, 34 minutes. Best time less than 1 minute? What? Did it count when we restarted as a time? Or is that just a bug? Because that feels impossible. Less than 1 minute, my behind. I will say though, as an estimate, remember, these challenges, they're supposed to take between 1 and 3 hours. I think we're pushing 12 on this one. I think we're pushing 12 hours. Okay. So that was As the Dead Sleep, our first 6 difficulty hatchets out of 6 challenge. And we only died about 4 or 5 times in the beginning before we really got the hang of it, huh? You know what's up next. Escape the Darkwalker. The Darkwalker is hunting you. Paint glyphs to survive as long as you can. I suppose spray cans will be useful. And we're searching for the green flares, green fires, to learn about the Darkwalker and figuring out a way to defeat the entity. I was suggested a long time ago, it sounds like you have the option of where you choose to start in this challenge. I was suggested to start in Bleak Inlet. So we might do that next time. But all right, for now, everyone, thank you for your support, because good Lord, did we need it on this one. Good Lord, did we need it. And with that said, just in time for some rain to start over here. I suppose you could geolocate me based on that. But I think it might be time to feed a cat or two. So let's call it here. As usual, I've been Yuchi, and I've been trying to find these grave sites, and we succeeded. So we've been doing more than trying. I'll see all you party people on the proverbial flip side.